Merci. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back post-lunch. Uh, I'm sure you all have been fed, watered, and maybe even philosophized a little bit over dessert. Now, if you all are starting to feel a little bit of post-lunch dip, and upcoming sessions will, I'm sure, energize you all. As we are settling down, I would like to now introduce our post-lunch program. And in this session, let's turn to a story that has been quietly unfolding across Bhutan for more than 2 decades. This session will shine a light on Tarayana Foundation's journey of translating gross national happiness from philosophy to action. We're talking about gross national happiness, we're talking about development, we're talking about well-being. We're talking about it now, but for over 2 decades, through Her Majesty's noble vision and all the compassionate work and going on foot across the country, GNH has been seen in action. And I would like to now invite Ms. Sonampem again to run us through the successes, the challenges, and the hard-earned lessons from the ground. A round of applause for Tarayana Foundation.
Your Majesty, Excellencies, and all the distinguished participants, thank you for attending our session. I'm actually supposed to talk about Tarayana Foundation's work, but I thought this is the most befitting opportunity for me to talk about the Rukha model. If you visited the exhibition, it is about Rukha. And over the next 2 days, you will hear a lot about this village. This is also very dear to my heart because this is the first project I managed after joining Tarayana 19 years ago. And this is also where the current Tarayana Foundation holistic rural development model stemmed from. So over the years, we developed a development model in this village, which we are currently replicating and scaling it over 1,000 villages. So I think we heard enough in the morning sessions on our beliefs. And for us, this is a modest example of what GNH in action could look like. So Rukha is in Wangdi district, and it's a very small village. And this is also a village where Her Majesty visited in 2001 and encountered the community living in poverty. And this is one of the many villages Her Majesty visited prior to establishing Tarayana. In fact, Tarayana is an outcome of all the journey Her Majesty made throughout the country, and we're talking about 25, 30 years ago when most of these villages did not have road, did not have electricity. So Her Majesty literally trekked throughout the country on foot to see the living conditions, the plight of our rural communities, the small isolated communities, mostly living in poverty. Our government was doing a lot, but then because these were very small communities, isolated physically, did not receive adequate support. So just to give a brief background on the village. So I'm taking you back to 2007. That's when we first visited the village. This is a small village of 18 households then, and had only 149 inhabitants, and it's actually in the Jimisingyawanchu National Park. And they call themselves Oleps. But then they were also a little discriminated by the other communities. So when we encountered them, they actually didn't want to be called or known by Olep, but then we were telling them, because you're Olep, we're here to serve you. So today they are very proud Oleps, only few of them. And as I said, then they were living in poverty, and very vulnerable and also at the verge of cultural extinction. My first visit to this village, then we didn't have road, so we had to trek for 8 hours, and 8 hours very tedious in very hot, humid weather. So in the peak summer, we would avoid the heat, we would normally trek at night. And when we visited the village, this is how we found them. Out of the 18 households, only 3 were properly built. Rest were like this, in this condition. And before I made my first visit to this particular village, one of our former executive committee members, who's now a vice chamberlain, Tashkunza Doji, Sumbiom Kunza Doji, he has been there. So I was asking Tashu, I've never traveled, I'm from Parola, so I've never really traveled to any remote parts of Bhutan. I was asking Tashu, how is Rukha? You've been there, please tell me more, because I was a fresh graduate, I didn't know what to expect. And what Tashu told me was, it's a very nice, beautiful village. At night, you can see stars from your bed, Lola. So until I visited and slept in these rooms, I didn't know what he meant. But of course, Tashu didn't tell us that the journey itself is very tedious. And all the families of 8 to 10 sizes were living in these huts. They just had 1-2 rooms where everything happened. They were cooking, they were sleeping, eating, children were studying in the same. So it was very difficult for us who were visiting Rukha for the first time to imagine how they've lived their entire life in such conditions. And they were also resettled in the current village only in 1970s. And His Majesty, the 4th King, granted them land to settle down permanently. But they were actually hunter-gatherers. So they were doing shifting cultivation, which also means they're not used to the traditional agriculture and raising livestock. So they were literally dependent on hunting and gathering. But when they were settled, they were no longer allowed to do that. So they were literally handicapped, and which is also the reason why nobody in the community knew how to build a proper house. And the only vegetable we saw in the villages, in their small patches of garden, was a chili I never saw in my life. It was a bird pepper chili which grew not like the regular chili, and that was the nutrition condition. And you can imagine what kind of health condition that they would have lived in. And this water tap, if you can see, actually I created this image because I couldn't find the original picture. So all these households had a beautiful water tap, running water, and then the taps were new. So the water was flowing throughout the night, day and night water flowing. And when you look at them, the family members, everybody in the village, they look like they haven't washed in ages. Their clothes, their hygiene, and it made us wonder, they have this running water, yet they look like they haven't had a bath in the longest time. So we went back and tried to find out, and what we discovered was quite alarming. So under the Ministry of Health, there are 2 departments. One does the infrastructure, and the other does through the HAs any awareness on hygiene, cleanliness. So what happened was, those who build the water tap, it's drinking water. They built the tap, they ticked their box, and they went away. These were contractors. And people here, the hunter-gatherers, hygiene, sanitation were not part of their lifestyle because they were constantly moving from one place to another. So that really made us wonder, okay, if one sector treks all the way to this village, this small village, to do one thing, and another has to come to do the other part, it's going to take a long time for the communities to receive all the services. And for us, we couldn't segregate the needs of the communities in different sectors on the ground, whereas that's how government functions. I think it's not just in Bhutan, it's everywhere in the world. Government functions in sector-based managed. But on the ground, that was the reality. And that's where we developed this holistic development model. So first, before that, we had a lot of consultations with the communities. So we spent a lot of time. My colleague, Pastobge, who's a senior field officer, he stayed back in the community, whereas I came back to Thimphu, met with the donors. I did all the licensing. So he was there living with the communities, understanding their issues, trying to co-create solutions for them. And initially, when we asked them, how can we serve you all? They said they want road, they want electricity. And we said, we're a small organization. These are beyond our mandate. Tell us what other things we can do. We could clearly see that housing is the primary need, but they won't tell us. After so much of probing, when we asked them, are you happy in this condition of house? Is your life secure? Then they said, oh, never in our wildest dream we thought somebody would come and offer us to help build their houses. So that's how we developed all the interventions in Ruka, and a lot of meetings happened. And as I said, we didn't do the work. We were there just to facilitate the process. And of course, in all wherever we work, Narayana, we just cannot complete the project and move on. Every community has different social dynamics, so they develop at different pace, and we just can't leave them. So we really needed that extra patience to stay on with them as long as they could catch up. So in Ruka, as you can see, we used whatever locally raw materials that were available to build the houses. But even before that, we formed groups. So there were 18 houses. So we formed groups of, I think, 8. And within the group, we make them draw lots to see whose house is going to get built first. Otherwise, there are a few vocal members in the community who want everything first, and then the rest would remain left behind. So that was a fair process. Then what we did was they came in as a group and started building each other's house. So we are not paying labor fees. The entire community is helping each other build their house. But then it's not just the house that they were building. It's actually the community, the cohesion, enhancing the vitality. And we also, over the years, we learned that because of this model, people who were not getting along earlier for simple reasons, they got along very well, and they realized the power of working together as a team, as a community. So these were the trainings. So they didn't have any trained, skilled labor then. So we had to hire carpenters from neighboring villages to train them. So in the course of building their house, they also learned carpentry and masonry skills. So these were, so in different parts of the country, houses are different based on the tradition, the climate suitability. So this is in Wangdi, where houses are normally built with 2-storied. And then that's a house, the starting of the house. This is a consecration. So in 2 years, we managed to build the entire community. And that village was still not electrified. They didn't have roads, so we took everything had to take everything on horseback. People had to carry the CGI roofing. And because they didn't have electricity, we also introduced solar lighting, training women in the community to fabricate and fix the lights. And we needed to create economic opportunities for the community. So now they have their housing, their sanitation is good. So next level is to create economic opportunities out of the existing skills they have. And also the natural resources, because they were in the park. I think before our intervention, they would quietly sneak from the rangers, the forest officials, to sell their products. But during our intervention, we sought proper paperworks requesting them to, allowing them to sell their products. So that way, they made these baskets, and we, during our annual fair in the capital, we created marketing opportunities. We also made sure that all the children in the village attended school. And this is sanitation. So my field colleague, Pastor Gil, literally had to put people under the tap and wash, because, as I said, this is not part of their lifestyle. They've never had enough water to keep themselves clean. And as you can see, the kids look much cleaner. So that's how we solved the sanitation and water hygiene issue. So again, they were growing vegetables for the first time, so they had to do all the religious activities. And water was another issue, so through the interventions, we also managed to bring water supply. And this is actually fingerlings, the one carried in the bucket. So they have the smoked fish tradition. So to revive that, we brought fingerlings from Gelifu, trekking 8 hours, and then You have the product, and again, we created market linkage for the product. They still continue, and we're happy to hear that now there's many projects in Rukha that is continuing the work we've initiated. And that village also had a lot of fallow land. Because of water issues, they couldn't grow enough rice for the community, which is why I think they had around 4 months shortage. So during our project period, we had to mobilize a lot of rice bags from Thimphu, carried in a truck, and then that's how we managed in the 2 years. But prior to our intervention, they must have had a very difficult life, but we managed to cultivate all the fallow lands. So these are the tangible outcomes through the project. And what makes this Rukha model unique is because we didn't design the program sitting in Tarana office and took it to the community. It is all the process that we sat down with them and understood the issues well and co-created the solution, made the work plan based on their timing so that we are not intervening in their regular agricultural and other farming activities. And as I said, even now that's what we are. We are just a facilitator. They do all the work. And we really emphasized on skills, on empowerment. So housing, once they have a proper house, their self-esteem, the self-confidence goes up. So we hear many stories of how villagers shy away from people visiting their village because an officer may want to go and visit their houses and their house is not in the condition to really present. So sometimes they won't even attend meetings, and that's where the missed opportunity is. And again, patience and trust building takes a lot of time, I think, which is why if a government official calls a meeting, there'll be less participants than when Tarayana calls for it. And we've been working very closely with the GUBs, where GUBs would request our field officers to call the meeting, because when we call, everybody turns out. When they call, it's maybe like 50% or 60%. And this is the trust that we've built over the years, over the last more than 2 decades. So the project in Rukha, it was a small project, 50,000 USD. So after the project, we have each house for all the households. And then we have many trained carpenters, masons, who are now working as full-time carpenters in other parts of the country. And the model where we encourage everybody to come together and work together, that's an added value. And once their personal aspirations are fulfilled, then they can think of the bigger as a community. And this is where we are. The same model we are replicating throughout the country, and we've touched around over 1,000 villages. We still have requests to help build over 2,000 houses. This is the community Lhagala. So with Tarena and another former executive committee member, the community now has a place where everybody can come together. This is where they were actually practicing Bonla, but on their own will, they turned into Buddhists. So this is a sign of their conversion to Buddhist. And as a second phase of the social economic transformation, they wanted to now climb the economic ladder. So they came back to us requesting us to lend them money. So this was back then when the central bank did not have any regulations for microfinance. So for us, we had no choice. We were constantly responding to the needs of our communities. And they formed a group. They said, now there's a road coming up. There's no bridge. They cannot bring in cars, but they can carry the power tiller and bring it across the river. So the group availed of microfinance from Tarena, and then this was the most useful transportation system then. And this is one of the senior citizens who had this aspiration, and we're happy that we managed to help build her house before she passed away. And now we've built this community, we've helped facilitate build this community, and now they're at the stage where they want to move to the next level. So from a family to a community. Now they're thinking of the national and global. And Dr. Sangye will talk about what the plan is.
Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. My name is Sangye Dorji. I work as a technical director for Taraina Foundation. As you know, environmental conservation is one of the 4 pillars of gross national happiness. And Rukha village is located inside the Jimmy National Park. The park was renamed by Her Majesty Gyalum Dorji Ongmo Ongchuk to honor His Majesty the Great Fort's efforts and contribution to environmental conservation. And the park is centrally located and is very important for the Bhutan's protected area network. And His Majesty the Great Fort is also known as the father of the gross national happiness. So it's very auspicious to have this model village inside the Jimmy National Park. One of the very unique conservation model that Bhutan have is His Majesty the Great Fort allowed the people living inside the protected areas to remain inside the protected areas, unlike the protected areas in other parts of the world. You know, like in other parts of the world, when we create a protected area, people are chased out from the protected area. But we consider, in Bhutan, we consider people as a very part and parcel, important part of the landscape, and their traditional practices, land use practices and agricultural practices are also very important for landscape conservation. For instance, the Olebs, the people of the Rukha, who are inside the national parks, practice the day-to-day agriculture and livelihood practices based on the 4 elements, the Sa, Chu, Mi, Lung, which means earth, water, fire, and air. So in balance, like they practice their daily activities based on this balance. If there's imbalance, then the ecosystem falls down. So a unique example would be this critically endangered orchid, Papio pedulum farinum, which if you Google it, it's like there are only about 50 individuals remaining in the world. But I think when we went to Rukha, I think we saw at least 100 individuals there. So the reason it is surviving there is because of the balanced traditional land use practices and environmental conservation taking place, because the people are part of the conservation. This special orchid actually grows in a very unique habitat. It requires a very unique habitat. It grows near the human trails where there's a cattle migratory route. So it grows around that, and then also in the dry pine forest where fire, there was also evidence of fire, there was evidence of grazing, there was evidence of tree cutting, and then lime deposit in the soil. Sometimes when we say most of the time from the environment point of view, we say grazing is a threat to the environment or fire is a threat to the environment. But if you think from the holistic point of view, these are sometimes, most of the time, this is important part, but we need to actually balance it. When we have too much of this, I think, or when we have very less of this, I think then there's the problem of ecosystem imbalance. But this actually, the orchid grows in that habitat because there's a need of tree cutting, because the orchids seem to grow in the open space, and if there is no cutting, then the canopy, there won't be any light passing through the canopy. So that's very important. Also, the grazing is important. The fire was important because I think the fire burns the limestones, and then limestone deposit falls on the ground, and it grows on the lime deposit, soil with the lime deposit. So it's very important part of the landscape. So because this critically endangered species, and also there are a lot of other endangered species around the Rukha village. So the olives proposed to establish a nature park in their village to conserve biodiversity and also the traditional land use system in their village. So the park was named as a Changchusembi Linka by His Serene Highness Waratana Rinpoche. And the park was dedicated to celebrate the celebrate the 70th birth anniversary of His Majesty the Fourth Great, His Holiness Ji Khenpo, and also His Her Majesty Gyalum Ajidojo Umangchuk. And the interactive map was launched on the 10th June, coinciding with the Her Majesty's birth anniversary. And we have also launched the dashboard for the Rukha village, where you can get the information on the current the aspects of the rural aspects of Rukha village, the populations, the housing types, and any information related to Rukha village. And Tarana Foundation also carried out using the questionnaire survey format used by the Bhutan Center for Bhutan Studies and Gross National Happiness Center. So we have also conducted the Gross National Happiness Survey in Rukha village, and we can get this information from the dashboard. And also the finding shows that the Rukha village, the GNH index in Rukha village is much higher than the national average.
Over the last 22 years, we have encountered a lot of challenges. I've listed a few here. One recent challenge is the penetration of internet to all the communities, the last mile communities. And I think as a country, we're not doing enough on digital literacy, and we're not really leveraging from this technological advancement to benefit in terms of service provision, but rather currently this is what we see. This is Tarayana's experience. And waste is another issue. So for instance, in Rukha, when we started our intervention, there were no roads. So there's no way people would bring all the packaged food on their back and travel for 8 hours, but now it's easily accessible. So this is common in all the villages, all the rural villages. Waste is becoming an issue. And if any of the partners here, if you want to take this model outside, then the number third is one of the major challenges. We have this model, but then we cannot just copy paste it, replicate it in other communities, because as I mentioned, all the communities have different social dynamics. We really need to invest a lot of time to understand the community nuance, so that what we design with the community is effective, so that there's a greater buy-in from the communities. And of course, resources in terms of financial, in terms of technical expertise, these remain as a constant for us and all the CSOs in the country. And as I said, what we do at Tarayana are mostly out of necessity, because there's a demand for the services. So we have Tarayana Rural Crafts, which existed as long as Tarayana, facilitating the sale and marketing of the crafts produced by our communities. Then, because of the demand, we also have a microfinance now, and we have Tarayana Center for Research that guides us that gives us the direction on where to go. And our research also goes back to the communities we served 10 years, 15 years ago to see what has changed, what has not worked, and that's what the research does. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
From the olives in Rukha to the hopes in Samtsila, I've had the privilege of talking with them, and the hopes in Samtsi in the south is another village where Tarayana has their influence and reach, and over the 2 years I was working as a reporter for BBS in Samtsi, I've covered a lot of news stories on how the socio-economic dynamics of the group in Samtsi. Your Majesty, I think sometime in 2017-18, when you visited the Rope village in Samtsi, you had gifted them rice cookers, I'm sure. And I came to know about it when I visited the village first time. And then the rice cooker was unused, packed in the carton box that came in. And then I was talking, why don't you all use that rice cooker? And one of the elders told me that this rice cooker is a gift from Her Majesty. Her Majesty gifted us, I won't use it. So, but that village, when I first saw the village from a hill atop, it didn't really have much. Houses were just being constructed, thanks to Tarayana. The village didn't even know how to do farming, much like the olives of Rukha. But over the 2.5 years I was there, they started growing chilies, something that they didn't even know would grow in their village. And when I left that same hilltop, when I looked down, that village has houses, had big kitchen gardens outside their houses, vegetables growing, broccoli growing, spinach growing, chilies growing, and happy. And so I would like to take this opportunity to thank on behalf of the tens of thousands of people you have touched. I'm sure when Your Majesty visit them, they are lost for words to thank you, because you have done so much for them. So on behalf of them, thank you so much, Your Majesty. This is why I didn't want to share it in the morning, because it gets me emotional. All right, so our next keynote will explore how social stock exchanges can fuel purpose-led progress, aligning money with meaning and impact with intention. So we'll now move on from development dreams to financial tools that will enhance or empower that development dreams. We're not going to talk about all-out money, not profit at all costs. We're talking about bridging capital with conscious. So on this note, to take us through that, I want to invite on the stage Mr. Amarjit Singh, Executive Director at SEBI, with nearly 3 decades of experience shaping India's financial and regulatory architecture, from sustainability reporting to corporate governance. From New York to Mumbai, his work has consistently tried to make markets more mindful. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Amarjit Singh to the stage.
Thanks for that very kind introduction. Your Majesty, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a privilege for me to be here with you. It is my first time in Bhutan, and it's such a magical if I can say, meditative place. When I was driving from the airport to this venue, it looked everything is in some state of mystical meditation. Uh, Before I come to my presentation, this gross national happiness, I've always been fascinated by it. Of course, from a very academic, distant point. Sarve bhavantu sukhina. I mean, that's in our rich, very ancient Indian spiritual thought. We've grown with that concept. Also in Sikhism, that is my religion. So our everyday prayer ends with Sarbat da Bhala. Let everybody be happy, everybody be benefited. So when I was coming for this conference, so my daughter asked me, why are you going to Bhutan? So I said, it's a conference on gross national happiness. She said, what? Are you serious? So gross national happiness, she was not aware about it. So I promised a bit of a feedback tutorial to her when I go back. So I was, just trying to understand a little better the components of gross national happiness, which are given in the conference material also. So one thing which stood out very clearly for me is the psychological well-being. So to my mind, maybe you can blame it on my background, financial well-being earned through just, fair and sustainable means is probably a very important underpinning of psychological well-being. And I think that is perhaps where social stock exchange, this is an experiment in its very early stage, and I want to especially thank Dr. Andrew Shang, a very distinguished personality and who's been my mentor and a friend for many years. He validated this concept. I sent him a note. I told him this is what we are doing. He was so fascinated. He published it as his column. And so your validation, helps our conviction. So with that, let me, without further ado, get to the presentation. So what I'll try to do, I know I have a allotted time of 15 minutes, sir, and I hope you will allow me to exceed a little bit if I do. So I'll just tell you about the context and background, mainly, in the Indian context. Then it's very important, very critical to understand what exactly is social stock exchange, what are its key pillars, what are the innovative fundraising mechanisms that we are looking at, and where we are in India and what is the way forward. So, this context is applicable for all developing economies, including Bhutan, of course, India, where we need tons of money for development. Government spending and private capital is never enough. As per the latest estimate from a philanthropic report, we need about 4.2% of additional spending if we want to achieve our commitment to SDGs. We are committed to achieve SDGs of UN by 2030. So we need capital. We need to look beyond the government spending and the private capital. And we need loads of capital. It could come from philanthropy. It could come from blended. You could blend philanthropy with commercial capital and so on. So one context is for development you need money and the conventional sources are not enough. Second context, again, maybe more with reference to India and also elsewhere, there is a lot of philanthropy, capital which is coming into the system. In India, we have this CSR is mandatory. Companies are supposed to spend part of their profits on corporate social responsibility. There are under law certain activities, of course, dealing with, they resonate with SDG activities, health, education, poverty alleviation, and so on. So we have, what distinguishes us is that we have a mandatory requirement. There is no way, if you have a listed company, you have to keep aside certain portion of your profits. Cumulative net worth of HNIs, high net worth investors, affluent givers, it is on the rise. We see number of family foundations. Of course, big names are anyway been there for a while. And it is not just, the aspiration just to give money, but the aspiration is to create impact. It's almost like quasi-government sort of a role, where idea is to create a very meaningful impact in the society. So it's coming with a mission. It is coming with certain expectations. So the third context, so three contexts. One is government needs money. We need money for development. Second is philanthropy is picking up. Third context, which is more relevant in the Indian context, is in the Indian system, is we have a very well-developed securities market. We are in the top 5 securities market today. We are rated by IMF, World Bank in terms of the global practices, in terms of the regulatory practices. We follow best of the practices. We are rated very well. We are growing very fast. Just to give you a sense of the growth, our market capitalization to GDP, which used to be less than 100% until very recently, is now more than 120%. And as I said earlier, we need to explore innovative financial structures, which is very crucial for any economy today. So, little background, when the finance minister of India, she announced that a social stock exchange will be set up. This was about 5 years back. In her budget speech, that announcement was made. And she said that this will be set up under the aegis of SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India, where I work. Frankly, we didn't have the expertise. We are more of a financial regulator. We don't deal with, the social issues and the social side. So we created 2 committees. We admitted that we don't have the capacity and we need to collaborate with the relevant stakeholders. So Dr. Balu is sitting here. He is the chairman of our advisory committee on social stock exchange. So we got, people who were more knowledgeable than us and who helped us in developing this context. But what we could offer as a regulator was, can we leverage our securities market strengths for the benefit of the social sector? Can we facilitate raising of funds by social enterprises within the securities market domain? How can we develop new structure? Can we recustomize the existing structures and mechanism and then create associated regulatory? In a nutshell, can we leverage our regulatory skills for the benefit of social sector? That's what we asked ourselves, and that was our starting point. So what is social stock exchange? So you have securities market, you have social sector. So where they intersect. You could even visualize capitalism shaking hands with socialism in some sense. Stock exchange is a typical capitalistic institution, where greed is celebrated, if I can say. So, and regulators are supposed to keep it under control. So this is just a sort of a conceptual framework as to what a stock exchange or a stock market regulator is doing in the social sector space. So again, there was confusion in our country also when we started. We have this famous parable of 5 visually challenged people who are asked to describe an elephant, and they touch and they describe. They can't see the elephant, but they describe according to what they feel. Something like that. So somebody says it's a wall, it's a spear, it's a snake, it's a tree. So it's very important to be very clear. The question that we were asked when we started, are you setting up a separate stock exchange? We said, no, we are not setting up a separate stock exchange. It is just one additional segment on the existing stock exchange. Who can raise money? So basically, why do you go to stock exchange? Stock exchange also helps in capital formation. Who can raise money? Social enterprises. What is a social enterprise? Social enterprise is a non-profit organization and also a for-profit organization. For-profit organization which is interested not in just making profits but also creating an impact. Purpose over profit. That's very important. In fact, Master of Ceremonies said that very nicely. It is not just money, it is also the purpose. That's what we position, whether it is a non-profit or a for-profit, purpose over profits. It transcends conventional understanding. It is not just trading. You go to exchange for trading. There's no trading here, at least not as of now. Maybe we'll come up with something going forward. Listing, yes, and I'll talk about that. It should be visualized more as a loose structure of various instruments and mechanisms. Even a mutual fund could be used for, you could just say, my mutual fund returns, part of it can go to a social cause. And we did have a mutual fund scheme allowing that. You could have development impact bonds, and I'll talk about those things in a bit. So this framework, as I said, we developed after extensive consultation with relevant stakeholders. Let me now just take you a little further into it. So you have financial capital on the left-hand side. You have communities and social enterprises. Social enterprises and communities interact together and define the needs of the society, what is required to be done on the ground. And there is a purpose, identification of common purpose. Investors will finance to achieve certain purpose, and communities and enterprises want that. Social stock exchange comes as a channel of doing that. What does social stock exchange actually offer? It offers trust, because there is a proper regulated mechanism. There is transparency. When you go to the exchange for raising money, whatever you are asking for, you have to justify, you have to give disclosures. Where will you utilize the money? How will you utilize the money? When will you utilize? When will the outcome be achieved? When you ask, you are transparent. When you use, you have to report back to the exchange every 6 months, every 1 year, what is the progress you are doing. Results, what are the results? So there is transparency on all the three elements: ask, use, and outcomes. Then there is an accountability. You are accountable to the investors, you are accountable to the regulator, you are accountable to the exchange. And all this leads to social impact. And I wish there were 2 arrows actually, and which should loop back to investors and communities. Social impact loops back. Let's go a little further. Community is at the heart of it. See, exchange is only a mechanism. It's only a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. Communities are at the heart of what we're trying to do. Social enterprises is the next circle, and social stock exchange is a higher circle. Let me explain this a bit. Social enterprises can appeal to the conscious of investors by having purposeful projects. Once the conscious of investors is satisfied, or they are on the same page, I think that is better to say, then they provide capital to the social enterprise. Then it leads to well-being, and outcome is well-being of the community as also of the investor. Investors have choice. Otherwise, in a bilateral model, you don't have choice. You are stuck with the donee. Donor is stuck with the donee, right? You have convenience. You can go to the platform, choose which activity resonates with you, pick social enterprise which is actually engaged in that activity, and finance. It inspires confidence because you can see the results. It's more trustworthy. And all this is backed by a regulatory framework, and regulators like us, I believe we are one of the first few to get into this. Others have also tried, and Dr. Balu can talk about it, but probably not much progress has been made in other jurisdictions. So this is basically the concept, how social stock exchange fits in the scheme of things. Again, just to draw a comparison, conventional donation versus social stock exchange model, as I said, that's a top-down model. The donor will have the agenda and donor will drive that agenda. But here it's ground-up marketplace model, many to one. It is not so much controlled by the donors because there are many people, there are many stakeholders. So it's a very nice marketplace to go to where you can actually leverage the strengths of the market for the benefit of social sector, by the non-profit organizations. As of now, we are focusing more on non-profits than for-profits, but there is a lot of potential there as well. Let's very quickly talk about the key pillars. We have an eligibility criteria, which social enterprise can actually come and raise money. What are the activities which are eligible for investments? They again come from our Companies Act, where the CSR money, mainly aligned with SDGs and national priorities. So one thing which Dr. Balu advised us, and I think it was a very good advice, that don't just create the exchange, you also create the entire ecosystem. And the ecosystem goes beyond the regulator. So we have social impact assessors, where once the disclosures are made on the achievements done by the non-profit organization, the disclosures have to be verified by a social impact assessor. So we have a framework for that as well. There is a self-regulatory organization which registers social impact assessors. We have a training institute which trains the social impact assessors, and certificate is given. Only those which are certified can actually act as a social impact assessor. We have a capacity building fund. So see, a lot of smaller non-profit organizations are not familiar with how stock exchanges work. They need a little bit of hand-holding, and that hand-holding has to be done by a capacity building fund, which can give some grants or some interest-free loans and guide them through this entire process to come on the exchange and list and raise money. We have the requirements of disclosure, initial disclosure, continuous disclosure. We have and those initial disclosures are what will you do with the money, essentially, in a nutshell. Continuous is what is the progress you are making with the fund utilization and what is the outcome you are creating. In the interest of time, I will move on because there are a lot of details here, but the idea of this slide is that you need to create an entire ecosystem. These are the key pillars which have to move together for making it a success. I will just quickly talk about two, three examples of fundraising mechanisms. So this is my favorite, and this we worked really hard and we brainstormed a lot before coming up with this instrument. So basically, when you go to the exchange, you need to list your security. Like you do an IPO is listed on the exchange. So you need a mechanism to get on the exchange. So we came up with this unique instrument called zero coupon, zero principal instrument, which means that there is no promise of any financial return to be made to the investor. There is no interest payment, there is no dividend payment, no payment of principal amount also. But, so you can say, then what is the big deal? It is just a donation. It's not donation. It is more than donation. It comes with the promise of a social return. And mind you, we put that in our law. And it took us some time to convince our legislators that you need to put this element of social return to define a security. Otherwise, security always comes with a financial return. So it carries a promise to deliver social impact. That is what distinguishes this instrument. And again, there is minimum size, 5 million, minimum application size, Indian rupees 1,000. You could just, buy this instrument for as low as 1,000. It is notified as a security, which I mentioned. It's not traded as of now. This is just a visual explaining the ZCZP, the specific project, no coupon, no principal repayment, social returns. We've had some ZCZP issuances. So this is one council for green revolution. They are, they are in the state of Andhra Pradesh, active in the environmental space, focusing on education, initiative and advocacy. Fundraising is Indian rupees 6.9 million. They listed on 4th June, actually last month. And objective is to nurturing young earth leaders for a sustainable future. Their maturity date, this is a proposed impact, I'll not read this out. Maturity date is August 29, 2026, which means that they will utilize the money and start having impact in this period, but the impact would of course continue going forward. Another illustration, this was a big one, this Swadesh Foundation. They raised 100 million rupees from the platform. Their listing date was August 2024. They are engaged in upliftment of rural lives across health, education, water, sanitation, and so on. Objects again were household sanitation, creating sustainable livelihoods. Expected outcomes, create open defecation-free villages, self-reliance, rural youth, complete education up to class 12 and so on. Maturity date is February 8, 2026. And we will get disclosures as we go along, what is happening to this project. So that is the beauty of it. If you ask me to sum it up, trust, transparency, accountability. That's what makes a difference. Another very unique structure, this we tried in our state of Rajasthan, Educate Girls Child Project. This is a development impact bond structure. Basically, outcome funder, it could be a government or it could even be, in this case, it was a UK-based Children's Investment Fund Foundation. They are the outcome funders. They find an investor. UBS stepped in here, which is a private investor. They will definitely have a little markup on what they're doing. They're not doing it for free. That's their incentive. But it is not a huge markup. They take over the project, they complete the project, and there is a service provider, which is a non-profit here, and then there is an outcome evaluator. So there are social outcomes achieved through the service provider, financed by the investor. But the beauty is, outcome payer pays only when he sees results on the ground. He doesn't pay otherwise. It is linked, I will pay if you succeed. Pay for success. And, at times we've seen there are many leakages when the government departments run social programs, and perhaps those leakages could be avoided if these experiments are tried. There is definitely a little bit of markup, but it is worth it. It is probably less than the cost of doing it yourself, because you don't have the expertise in everything. So this was a huge success, and we are trying to see if we can replicate this model in other states also. And by the way, UBS had a 15% IRR on this. And these are the results, very good results. I'll again not read out. Good outreach, good outcomes. We also have this social impact fund, which is a 100% grants and grant out vehicle, where people can actually invest in a fund which will invest in social causes. This is again covered by SEBI. We have an alternative investment fund structure. We register them. But we're not seeing much traction here. This needs a little bit of more advocacy, more motivation for people to do it. And they can actually subscribe to ZCZP. Even development impact bond, we've seen how social stock exchange can fit in there. Status and the way forward. We've got 140 unique NPOs which have registered with us. So there are two processes. One is you register, you need not raise money. After registration, you can explore raising money. But registration also gives you more credibility. It raises your profile. You are in a better position to raise money from donors. ZCZP issuance, we had 14. Total funds raised is 432 million. 1,600 odd people have already taken certification for acting as a social impact assessor. Capacity building fund we've set up is 1 billion rupees. Initial corpus is 100 million, but not much traction. We are working on this to activate this fund. Yes. we have an advisory committee and so on. So this is, we need to promote the market adoption. Key indicators for success would be, emerging as a top channel for donors and issuers. It will unlock new capital. It will drive social impact. Let me just very quickly, sorry, I'll just take one more minute. I saw the flag. I am in Bhutan and I can't help sharing my favorite Zen story. The story goes like this. This is an artificial intelligence image done by my daughter again. I just gave her the story and she created this picture. So the two temples, both temples are at loggerheads. They don't like each other. And there's very clear instruction to every resident. You will not speak to the other if in case you meet them. They are dangerous people. Same narrative given to the residents, inmates. There's a child who's there in the monastery, and there's a child in the other monastery also. And if you tell children don't do something, they will definitely try that, So, so this child actually goes out and meets the child from the other monastery, and they're walking, and he just asks him, hey, where are you going? Now the other child, he's heard a lot of discourses. He says, where can I go? Wherever I am like a leaf, wherever the wind takes me, I'll go there. I don't go anywhere. So this child who asked the question is quite stumped. He says, look, I asked a very simple question and he's giving me all this philosophy. He goes back to his people. He says, look, I made a mistake. You had warned me not to speak to them. But I asked this question and this is the reply I got. He said, look, you shouldn't have gone. We had warned you. But now that you've done, you go back again tomorrow and you ask the same question. He'll give you the same reply, wherever the wind takes me. So you say, what if there is no wind? Okay, fine. He memorizes that, goes there, and he says, hey, where are you going? He says, where am I going? I go wherever my legs take me. He didn't give the other answer. Again, this fellow is dumbfounded, comes back. He says, look, now today he told this. He says, no problem. You go again there tomorrow. We have to defeat them. They are our enemies. So now tomorrow when he says this, you say that, and it is a very stupid answer, we know, but you say that. What if your legs just don't move? What will you do? So it's not polite to ask, but you say this because we have to anyway defeat them. So he goes, he says, hey, where are you going? Next morning, oh, I'm just going to fetch vegetables. So the moral of the story is that our existing manuals, our existing standard operating procedures, many a times they fail. Life keep asking you, new questions, new challenges, and that's why we need to think of some newer ways of doing things. So I'll just pause with that. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I took more time than allotted.
All right, we can relax a little bit now. And I promise I'll now be really strict with the timing. I'll come on stage to drag you all down when the time's up. All right, now we move on to a panel discussion that builds on the keynote by Mr. Amarjit Singh to ask that bold question: can Bhutan lead the world in launching a global social stock exchange? So that's the question: can Bhutan do that? So can we build a platform that aligns capital with conscience and supports projects grounded in gross national happiness? Can we do that? So to guide this conversation, I would like to welcome back on stage Andrew Shang. You have already heard about his impressive background. You have already heard him speak. So I'll just say we are in capable hands. Over to you.
Dr. Balu, and Mr. Ushwal, and Dorji Puncho. Are they here?
Sir, 40 minutes.
Yes, I understand. But where are they? Are they here? Are there two? Yeah, just please sit. There they are. Well done. Okay. Please sit down. Because we have time constraints, Amarjit, you have had your first go, so you use up your social credit. So we will let the others go first. No, we will let the others speak first. So I think, yeah, please sit down, wherever, it doesn't matter. I'll stand up and I'll join you later. So the first issue, I think, Mr. Ushwal and Mr. Dorji, you've heard, what I would like to do is this way. You've heard Amarjit explaining the concept, okay? And what I suggest is, I would like to consult very quickly. Dr. Balu, would you like to sum up after they've given their comments and show what you think are the issues, okay? So, Ushwal, who would like to start, you think? Mr. Dorji? Thank you.
Well, esteemed guests, panelists, a very good afternoon. Thank you very much. Just to begin where we are, for Bhutan, we all know, we all heard about GNH, but how our development philosophy has been centered, giving, placing well-being, then sustainability and equity as the core mandate. But down the line, when we really dissected and tried to bring it in the financial world, we face challenges. The first challenge is, how do we connect this value system to the financial architecture? The second is, how do we translate this effort and make it into investment that not only brings in impact, but also yields value in the eyes of the investors. So based on these two challenges, I think I see social stock exchange as a solution which will not only balance, we call it double materiality, which not only balance on the return, but also will look at what are the long-term impact that has been generated through such an investment. It's a very bold step for Bhutan, particularly if we build this ecosystem where Dr. Singh, I think, Mr. Singh mentioned about it. It is a platform where purpose meets capital and market becomes a force of good. And this is where, based on the principles of GNH, this is where increasingly the markets are working towards. We talk about ESG framework, we talk about sustainable reporting, we talk about now instruments such as green bonds, sustainability linked bonds. At the end of the day, these are all effort towards converging towards something which is more than return, which is not calculated in terms of profitability metrics, but in terms of long-term impact for the society. For Bhutan, of course, in our little effort to contribute towards the social well-being, in 2018, we started a crowdfunding platform, modeled something similar to what SEBI's regulatory framework is, except that the only flaw that we saw is that there's no monitoring and reporting framework, there's no post-disclosure framework, and this, in a way, conflicts with the trust of the donors, be it donors or the investors. And we see a potential in scaling up such a model in our exchange. And we are also looking at how, besides going green, how our exchange could also rope in such social initiatives, build a platform for social enterprises, particularly the non-profit making organizations, the NGOs in Bhutan, and also tap into, probably when you become a platform, also tap into resources that are available outside, which naturally seeks such a purpose. So in terms of the framework, in terms of the legal mandate or legal structure, we are yet to have it in our listing rules. We want such an institution to be kind of a public ledger for trust, public ledger for transparency, and the beneficiary of such a platform to be accountable to the money that they have raised or they have achieved in raising. So with this, I end my first argument. Probably in the next course of discussion, I'll be happy to look at how the forces of the world are changing the way we are doing things in Bhutan. Thank you very much.
Hello. So, I was a little bit flustered, so I did not try to sum up what my impressions of what Amajit was telling us. And Doji actually tried to, he's head of this stock exchange here. Does that fit into what Amajit was saying? Does that fit into the Bhutanese model? Just let me give you 1 minute to actually sum up how I see what Amajit was really saying. Amajit is really saying that capitalism should be celebrated through the stock exchange. Okay? The capitalism is basically for capitalists to make money. It's pure GDP, no GNH. GNH is only part of it. But that's very elitist. There are only 57,000 listed companies in the world, and out of that, 4,000 basically accounts for 70 to 80% of the market cap wealth. All right? So basically, stock markets are for elitist capitalists to make more money. I mean, the shareholders benefit. That's not an issue. We celebrate that. If you then look at the other side of the picture, there are probably 400 or 500 million small and non-profit making enterprises who cannot get this capital. Right? So when India suggested this idea of the social stock exchange, I thought this is brilliant. This is a celebration of funding for social enterprise, for civil society to make a difference. So the normal debate in capitalism is state or market. They completely forgot about civil society. So Amajit's idea was, hey, we already have this stock exchange infrastructure of listing, trading board, clearing and payment system. Why don't we do it for the social sector? And that to me is brilliant. And India's, innovation in the idea of a no profit, no return instrument is absolutely astounding. Because as a former regulator of Hong Kong stock market, this is the biggest casino in the world, one of the biggest, put it this way, sorry. this is to help the poor people. I mean, these, enterprises do good. So now I want to invite, Ujjwal from the chief executive of the Druk Holding, Druk Investment Holding Company, to give a national perspective. In the sense that if you have a high level, if you are there to look at how the capital markets and the markets for social enterprise should develop for the gross national happiness, what are his views? And I think, we debate this in a open manner so that we don't commit him to any issues that, he may not be comfortable with. So, Ujjwal.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think when Mr. Singh talked about, social stock exchange in the intersection of social and the capital market in a way, it got me thinking that we should also have investments intersect, which can be, because a lot of investments we see are funded through traditional financing instruments. But if we go back and see when transistor was being invented, it was not commercial then. But imagine the impact it has had on social, in economics of nations, to societies around the world. But today, NVIDIA's, which is running on the transistor that was discovered 50 years ago, makes the biggest social impact. But we cannot think of social stock exchange financing NVIDIA kind of projects today. But then the birth of NVIDIA, I'm just putting NVIDIA as an example, started with something that was so foundational. So my point is, how can we look at investments in Bhutan where we can make an intersection of some of the projects which can have long-term social benefit, but right now requires some, in the classical sense, a risk capital, a blended capital, but could we look at those projects through social stock exchange financing instrument which raises. So that's one point I wanted to see. So we can be probably very creative in terms of building stock exchange, social stock exchange, in terms of financing certain projects in Bhutan which will have foundational impact in decades to come, not just for Bhutan, but for global. So that's a little ambitious, but if you look at the next speaker who is going to talk about GMC, I think it's less ambitious than that anyway. So maybe we can have deeper discussions on that, how we can blend projects to look at financing through the social stock exchange. As you asked about, a little bit of a national perspective, if I work for Druk Holding Investments, and if you look at just I want to put investments in 3 categories for Bhutan, let's say. The first category being traditional commercial outright investment projects. For example, let's say hydropower projects. I'm not looking for social stock exchange to invest in hydropower, probably. Those projects, if you look at the national perspective, we're looking at $30 billion north in next 15 to 20 years, because we have a national plan of 15 gigawatt of hydro and 5 gigawatt of solar. And even if you take $1.5 million per megawatt of hydro, we are talking, and $500,000 per solar. We're looking at $25–30 billion investment requirement just in the first category of investment in Bhutan. And that's just the beginning, because without energy, you don't have anything else. So we need creative financing. But that's probably not the category that we're looking at today. The second category I want to talk about is probably something that I mentioned as my first point. How can we blend certain investments, projects, which we could look at, and Mr. Doji will probably be the instrument creator in Bhutan, in discussions with Mr. Singh and others, which can finance the second category of investment. I want to bring the perspective of exploring geothermal, for example, exploring hydrogen, for example, where we are talking about risk capital today required. Otherwise, Bhutan can never have geothermal. Bhutan can probably never explore natural gas. So how can we initiate, probably a question for us, through stock exchange, social stock exchange, how can we initiate these kind of projects, which actually has a huge benefit, social and impact in the future. With geothermal, you could be doing hot spring spas in the villages, which can bring in ecotourism, financial, into the villages, which then has direct impact on the principles of the social stock exchange. So that's the second category of investments. And my last point, and the third category of investments which we can look at is innovative projects. So when we started innovation and technology department at DHI, we talked about one project, and I did have a quick discussion with you a couple of days ago. It was called the GRIP project, which we never took off because there was no capital for it. GRIP was like more of grassroots innovation, project, where very quickly, you have and innovation happens in a multidisciplinary way. I mean, whether it's biotech and AI and quantum, something else is coming there. So similarly, if you put in a bunch of historians, scientists, physicists, engineers together in a camp and let them camp in a village, let's say we have 20 villages being camped by these 20 multidisciplinary group, and they go there not as experts but to learn what is there in different parts of Bhutan. And there are different ways of husking rice in the northern part and the southern part and the eastern part. But the group goes as not as experts, but as learners, stay with the villagers for, say, a month, 2 months, 3 months, come back and then use the technology available to build up efficiency or to bring up whole new technology that can have foundational impact in the society back in the village. So maybe those are the projects we would love to explore through the Global Social Stock Exchange. I will stop there, but would love to continue some of the discussions, understanding social stock exchange better, because I really don't have the deeper understanding of social stock exchange yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ujjwal. Now we've set the scene, right? Number one, what Amarjit has said is democratization of funding for civil society. Democratization for civil society funding. What Dr. Ujjwal has said is democratization of innovation through new technology. And what Mr. Dorji has said is actually this Bhutan Stock Exchange is experimenting with crowdfunding in a very innovative way. All right? This is the broad context. Now I think I want to ask Dr. Balu, who is one of the most experienced and insightful, because working on the social stock exchange in India, but his main job, if I'm not wrong, is helping a transformation of the whole institutional from civil society side. Am I correct, Dr. Balu?
I wish it was civil society. It is civil services of India. So it's a bigger problem to have. My day job now is to transform 40 million civil servants. So that is possibly more difficult than setting up the social stock exchange. So I am actually going to answer, I think Amarjit has spoken pretty much everything that needs to be spoken about the journey that's happened till now. But I want to talk something else, if you permit me. I'm going to talk from 30,000 feet high and talk about all of you appreciating the fact that India is the 15th country which experimented at the social stock exchange. And my research earlier, another avatar of mine in the academic world, was researching why do social stock exchanges fail. 14 failed, and large economies like the United States, UK, the experiment in London Stock Exchange failed. I think Singapore failed. And if you don't understand why they fail, I don't think we learn from it to make sure that we don't make the same mistake. And we have made mistakes too. A practical question to ask is, we are in the 6th year after the exchange was announced in Parliament. And have we really moved the needle fast enough, far enough, etc.? So there are different ways of looking at it and learning from this, especially since Bhutan is going to be contemplating these questions in a very deep way. So first, let's understand social stock exchange is not the end of it. It is part of a larger transformation that people like me in the system would like, and luckily the political forces in India agree to that. So it is, for the first time, the Indian national government has recognized that the state alone cannot provide answers. Now, I think that's an important appreciation to start off with. Because if the state doesn't accept its own vulnerabilities, it will never really want to innovate and experiment with other initiatives that's beyond its control. The second is the state recognized for the first time that the private sector and civil society and government, in the language in Hindi, some of you might follow, Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar, in Prime Minister's language, should come together if you want to really solve India's problems. Now that is, for a civil society activist like me, was music, first of all. And the third thing is, despite everything, and recently Amarjit will recall Amit Chanda's organization's report, we have a burgeoning numbers of billionaires in India, but their hearts are still not growing fast enough. And that's a reality too. So we need to give them an excuse to participate in a process in which they can actually be comfortable giving money, knowing fully well that impact will be measured and told to them. Because those questions that they have. And the last part of the system I want to talk about is, I come from the NGO world. Or I don't like to call it an NGO, call it civil society organization. 40 years of being there, having founded a couple of them, the biggest challenge I found was some donor in this very emotive moment will write a check, and then 3 days later, when I want more money for the same activity, the donor disappears. I think if it's a legitimate grassroots organization on the ground, they know the challenge. Donors give money for what they like, but we just heard presentations of what communities need. Many times donors need appreciation of what communities need, and communities' own appreciation of what they need don't align. And that is the interface we civil society organizations bring in. And you need, what do we suffer from? In India at least, I don't know about Bhutan, it will be wrong for me to talk. In India, we have, our own estimate is around 3.2 million civil society organizations, out of which 600,000 are doing some kind of work, at least 100,000 are doing a lot of work. But if you actually look at numbers, they're only around a handful, maybe 60 or 70 organizations which with an annual turnover more than 100 crores. I think Bhutan, I can still use the word crores, if I'm permitted to. Which means a small numbers of organizations are actually benefiting from a large amount of funding from some people, but the other large number of organizations doing extremely good work in the communities don't get the money enough. The second challenge we have is a credibility challenge. The moment you talk of a non-profit, people immediately say, oh, they're out to make money. The state regulates, state over-regulates. I'm from the state now. I work at the very highest levels of the government, but I still have to say this. The state loves to regulate because it feels very comfortable with regulating. The second challenge that we have is we don't have consistent funding. I used to run a tribal school, 1,000 children. I would never know where the money would come next year. But I can't send the child back home saying that I don't have money, go back home now. I had to find the way. This offers us an opportunity for consistent funding. As long as I can deliver, there's clarity for the donor that I'm delivering. It works. So it's an opportunity. And the biggest shift in India, which may not be a replicable possibility in Bhutan, I don't know that, I may be wrong, is just the National Stock Exchange has got more than 11 crore now, 12 crores, individual demat accounts. So every tier two, it's not the Bombay, the Delhi, the Bangalore, Hyderabad investing in India's mutual funds. The shift is the average small-time investor across India and the villages in tier 2 cities, they are dabbling in all these things. So there's a maturation of the market which we could capitalize on and say, if you can work on giving for something else, why don't you give to us? And more importantly, what I felt was, other countries did not have the state backing them. Singapore Exchange was set up by Rockefeller Foundation, obviously, as long as Rockefeller writes the check, things will work. London Stock Exchange was an experiment, that too didn't succeed very well. So US, the B Corp sort of that movement was different. So the exchange didn't work. Canada was the closest to semi-success, you can call it. But each province in Canada has a different version of it. British Columbia has a different version, other provinces have a different version. But the point in India was the state was behind us. It was a national announcement in the budget, in the parliament. SEBI is an autonomous regulator set up by the state, very credible. Initially, I used to argue they knew nothing of the social sector, and they tolerated my pushing them, and they learned very fast. And we have a very mature social sector environment, and we have a lot of problems to solve. So everything, and we have growing numbers of billionaires who wanted to trust, to give, but to make sure that their money will actually deliver on results. So several things had to be put in place, but what we are still trying to grapple, just this afternoon over lunch, me and Amarjit were talking, how do we really unpack it, is we have created a capacity building fund, because if you don't mature the market, now Thailand has got one of the well-known social sector systems, but they still don't have a social stock exchange. And when I talk to the social sector leaders, they say, we are not ready. Now, the first thing I did in 2019 when the announcement was made was tell our Honorable Finance Minister, why did you make this announcement? The country is not ready. But then the joke I always say is, if you are the most mischievous class in your class, you are made the monitor of the class, so you don't shout at least. And so here I am now looking at how to make it succeed. Now, we have to really find ways. We need a gentle hand-holding institutional mechanism. So I would strongly urge, we actually in the initial days, Amarjit will remember, we had to actually convince not-profits to apply. Because we had to make sure only good ones would apply, because if a bad one applies and takes the money and disappears, it will kill the whole stock exchange movement. So we had to get investors to say, please invest. We had to ask the non-profits, get your donors to reinvest this way. We had to get them tax benefits. In India, we actually have tax benefits for investing on this. Because they don't get a return, the government agreed that it can be treated as a donation. The cost of raising capital even now is higher than what it would cost a non-profit if they do it on their own, with their own networks. But it's a journey. And I think we are getting there. We are becoming bigger and bigger in our things. We are responding well. First, the subscription size was 100,000. We told SEBI, nobody is going to give you 100,000 rupees sitting across India, not knowing the organization, just write a check. Brought it down to 10,000. Today, it's truly democratized. So we need a regulator which can respond also. I sometimes pull their leg and say, they respond, but respond, and I leave it at that. So we in the civil society are a little restless and ambitious. So my point is, please learn from what others have done, what others have not done, and what others have done badly. And we can share all the information with you, but I think it's a great opportunity to ensure consistent, continuous funding for social sector organizations without worrying about when will the financial pipeline shut down, as long as they're able to deliver social results. And most good organizations want just that. They can deliver, but they're not assured 10 years later where the money will come from. If you can, we have shelf projects where you can even write projects for 5 years and say, over 5 years, this will be my disclosure and the way I'll return it. And remember, for a civil society organization, naming and shaming is the biggest problem. If I don't deliver, my reports on the National Stock Exchange or Bombay Stock Exchange website or SEBI's website will say I failed, which is too dangerous a thing for me to happen. So I am not going to let myself fail if it's a zero coupon, zero principal bond. If it's an outcome funder, the risk investor is going to watch out because his survival depends on his risk getting mitigated as much as possible. We have to still explore. We are not able to take one real big program off the ground after the stock exchange was deployed. We are hoping that some mitigation of that risk can be assured. But the more joyous challenge for me is state governments are approaching us and asking us, how do we become the agency which raises capital from the markets? So they would also like to compete with civil society organizations to raise capital from the populations. To me, it's good news. I don't think civil society organizations should worry about it. That will democratize accountability of the state to its citizens. If I give 1,000 rupees, I can demand the government to deliver. And if I can actually see myself giving it and see what they're doing is getting written out there, possibly my courage to demand would be higher. As a citizen, I have the opportunity, but most of us don't exercise it. But as an investor, possibly I would actually exercise it. So I'm going to stop and then go as we answer questions.
Thank you. That was, very high level, but actually a very realistic. Well, absolutely right. The point that I think this whole group is really saying is, it seems a little bit discordant, but we're trying to build an ecosystem. Okay? If we don't build that ecosystem, things don't happen. Put it this way, right? Now, what is that ecosystem? And I think the lesson that I heard from Dr. Balu and Amarjit was that if the people who are supposed to be empowered does not have the capacity, somebody has to give them that facilitation, that little bit of help. And listen to what Tarayana has done. Tarayana's greatest success from bottom-up building is to have local facilitators who help the villagers to help themselves. And so in the democratization of innovation or the democratization of fundraising, we still need that facilitation injection, right? That's exactly the point. So to a large extent, the reason why the kind of Washington consensus didn't succeed was level the playing field and they will come, Well, the playing field was never level in the first place, and they don't know how to grow because by the time they grow as a grass shoot in an area that is not consistent, they'll die. So you need the facilitators, the guys who are learning from those people at the grassroots level, how to successfully apply that knowledge to help them move from primary school to secondary school to university to national games and then global Olympics, right? You don't expect level the playing field, the guy will become an Olympic champion overnight. It's impossible. So that's the kind of drone message. So let me stop here. We have a bit of a time. Can somebody, now Amajit, you want to say something, please. Then we'll open up for everybody. Yeah.
So very quickly on some of the specific issues which were raised. One is, you talked about risk capital. How do you get the risk capital? You run short on that. So my sense is today philanthropic capital is actually not just for the purpose of financing some very tangible project. They're also willing to provide their capital as risk capital, which can blend with commercial capital. They're willing to take risk because they're not looking at financial returns all the way. They're looking at primarily the impact, and there is a risk. It could be some greenfield project, some new idea which they're willing to finance. That is one. Second is I would like to put a word of caution on crowdfunding platform. In India, we thought about it about 8-9 years ago. And Dr. Sheng, if you remember, this was discussed in our International Advisory Board meeting also. We asked the International Advisory Board this question, we had an International Advisory Board, so should we really launch a crowdfunding platform? It was becoming big in US, so we were advised don't do it unless you have necessary disclosures, accountability mechanisms around it. It can be very risky. So I think you should use technology, look at how you can take it to the next level with necessary checks and balances in terms of disclosures, monitoring of fund utilization, third-party verification, and so on. That will bring you closer to the concept of social stock exchange. Third point I wanted to make was you already have some companies listed on Bhutan Stock Exchange. So you are familiar with the process of listing and all the obligations that go with listing. So can you bring the social exchange or the new innovative structures on the exchange which will you can leverage, the transparency mechanisms that the exchange provides. Fourth point, and I'll pause with that, are you looking at foreign capital, foreign philanthropic capital? What are the rules in the country for attracting foreign capital? So can you leverage that also? And let me also tell you, you have such a fantastic reputation in terms of your value system. So you already have the trust battle won to a great degree. So, leverage that and try and get more foreign money.
I'll just take 30 seconds to 1 minute to add to something I suddenly recalled. I think the whole process of the experience of gross national happiness is possibly the best foundation you can build on. Other countries never had it. So you possibly might have solved 60 to 70% of the possible gaps that could have been there. It's only 30%, it's not as hard a work. So if I were to give you an operational design, I would just break it down into 3 buckets. Let's look at the supply side. And that's where what Amarjit said, you may even want to open the foreign capital. In India, we made a conscious choice. We didn't want to get into the mess of the Foreign Contribution Act, which is very rigorous in India. So we said, we'll keep it completely out. So instead of getting into that mess. So we took a conscious choice. And giving is growing, not at the rate at which we are happy with, but look at the supply side. Who is your supplier? Demand is infinite. Organizations always want to do so much. There's so much to be done. It's infinite. I also would like you to urge you to look at something which I have changed my mind now with experience, but I would say that you should look at it, the intermediary bucket of your regulators, your market influencers, your exchanges, etc. Should you even set up the social stock exchange as part of an subdivision in an existing stock exchange where the DNA is regulation, or on the other hand, set up an independent standalone body, which is a board which has got both regulators or financiers as well as social sector experts on that board, where the DNA is essentially a new DNA. And keep in mind, to me, all this is just a milestone where other countries, even including India, we may not go fast enough, is the basic economic order, in my opinion, is flawed. I'm not saying you should take my word for it. My unless that basic economic order alters, we can keep talking of where capitalism meets compassion. But making capitalism compassionate, what is the roadmap? What is the journey? Making the economy soulful. In specific terms, for a company, for a civil society organization, for a government, you have cracked that code in your own way. And therefore, I think you might succeed faster. That's my impression.
To either Dorji or for their comments.
Thank you. It's quite encouraging to listen to the two experts, of course, Andrew. What is happening to the world, and I could relate with this exercise is, you see, in today's financial world, there's a seismic shift. Three major forces are coming into play. The first one, obviously, the technology, advancement of technology. The second one, rise in demand for ESG assets. That means they're looking for assets which are environmentally sound, socially, empowering, and governance-wise, transparency, efficiency, all that stuff. And the third one, increasingly, there's an emphasis on inclusivity. That means we shouldn't just leave out those which are underserved, particularly the social enterprises. And in that, the entire change, what technology is playing is, today, the market, in terms of speed, in terms of efficiency, in terms of inclusivity, is changing in a rapid pace. The advent of blockchain, distributed ledger technology, the AI, then now you have digital assets, which are stressing on inclusivity. And these things are going to make these things easier. And for Bhutan, if you venture into such kind of ecosystem, it is going to definitely help us in fast-tracking our initiative. The second thing that's changing the financial landscape, they say, is the major wealth transfer that will happen in the next few decades. And this, we're talking about $100 trillion shift of wealth from the previous generation to Generation X, millennials, and Generation Z. And we see their preference. And studies have proved that they are more likely to invest and donate into meaningful, mindful projects that creates impact, that creates value. And this is where I feel that we should leverage it, we should explore, and we should define our own version of not necessarily social stock exchange. We should blend it with ESG assets as well. So this is how I see our version of social stock exchange based on the premise of GNH. Thank you.
Given the time is more or less up, sorry, we are...
I'll keep it very short. I think the risk capital, the blended capital that you talked about is of huge interest to us, and especially going beyond some of the traditional outright ROI kind of a project that is feasible. But then the social stock exchange brings in new dimension for us to look at innovation in Bhutan. And that's how I'm looking at social stock exchange, to how can we really democratize, as you rightly put it in one word. Making capital mindful living that Sir talked about. I think my colleague, next speaker from Gelifu Mindfulness City will bring in that angle. We are actually living GNH. I kind of call it the ultimate startup, actually one of my colleagues. And I think that's the place where we are, using GNH principles and values and our, anchor tenant of environmental conservation philosophies to build a living there and build a thriving economy. But last 2 points on, technology that you mentioned, and would love to engage later to see how we can establish an ecosystem, establish an instrument to bring in capital that is of value to investing in Bhutan, in the three categories of investment I mentioned earlier, is definitely the decentralized identity that we have created. I really feel that project, it perfectly blends for us, a global social stock exchange, because it has so much foundational impact on identity, but also eventually on an individual's life and ease of living to better living. And finally, a bit on tokenization that we can look at in terms of social stock capital to bring in the angle of tokenization of assets in terms of making it more inclusive. If we tokenize carbon assets, if we tokenize nature capital accounting assets, and if these projects can be funded through social stock exchange mechanisms of financing, this can have foundational impact in individuals' life. That could also happen in Bhutan. Thank you.
Thank you. All the panelists for a very technically very difficult subject, but I think you would all agree it's very been insightful. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you to all the panelists. I'm sure Andrew summed it up quite nicely. So it is time for tea break, but I would not allow everyone to just get up and go at the back and have tea. So we'll continue with our presentations and panel. You can take turns and get your tea and come back. Don't be standing in the corridor and having chit-chats there. So that's the idea. As soon as the next program starts, you can stand up turn by turn and go and have your tea. So next we will have a presentation on the Gelefu Mindfulness City. I'm sure most of you must be looking forward to the presentation on what GMC is all about. I'd like to invite on stage Rapsel Doji. He's from the GMC, so I'll leave his introduction to himself.
Yes, thank you, Sharab. My name is Rapsel. I'm the Chief of Communications for the Gelefu Mindfulness City. It's a real pleasure to be here today. I want to thank Tarayana Foundation for the invitation and for the opportunity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to present the Gelefu Mindfulness City at this very important and timely conference on operationalizing cross-national happiness. For us at GMC, I think we're very much about GNH in action. In fact, I like to say that it is almost natural for the country of cross-national happiness to give birth to the city of mindfulness. It's like a mother and a child. The DNA, the value systems are the same, but the personality and the approach might differ a bit. As we know in Bhutan, the GMC is a transformative vision of His Majesty the King of Bhutan to build an economic hub in the south-central part of Bhutan, but one that is deeply rooted in Bhutan's values and philosophy of cross-national happiness, while embracing the opportunities of the future. And so the vision is really to transform the very future potential of our country, to leverage on the economic opportunities that we foresee for the larger South Asian region. It's a vision for urban living that reflects GNH values, that demonstrates that GNH continues to be translated into practical real-world application. So why are we doing this? Well, we know that Bhutan's image and reputation, soft power, is very much steeped in our history, in our heritage, as a spiritual hub, as a cultural hub, as a place of GNH, as a place of biodiversity. But Bhutan is also young. Bhutan is also bold and dynamic and innovative and entrepreneurial. And this is what the GMC wants to showcase. This is where the GMC comes in. Now, Bhutan has seen a rapid development over the last century, from construction of our motorable roads to the development philosophy of cross-national happiness to transition into a constitutional monarchy. And now with the announcement of the Gelefu Mindfulness City, taking Bhutan into this new era of transition and evolution. But cross-national happiness is also evolving. And the GMC is a practical response to the operationalization of GNH. It's not a departure from our values. In fact, it's a living manifestation of them. I think Bhutan has succeeded in preserving its environment, it has succeeded in preserving and promoting its culture, its good governance and stability. But we now also need economic transformation. So even as far back as 2007, His Majesty the King has challenged Bhutan to find new ways to achieve GNH in the 21st century. The question today is not what is GNH, but how does it evolve? How does it stay relevant? How do we implement it now in the 21st century? And I think this requires a paradigm shift, not just in how we see the world, but in how we see ourselves first. And I think this is the perspective shift, the opportunity that the GMC brings. Growing up, for so many of us, when we had to describe Bhutan on the map, we used to use the word sandwiched. We used to say Bhutan is sandwiched between India and China. And there was this sense of smallness, this sense of vulnerability almost. But I think the genius of His Majesty the King is that when we zoom out and when we see the larger picture, we realize that we're actually very strategically positioned right at the center of this land economic corridor that connects the Middle East and South Asia and South Asia. And that's half of the world's population right there. It's a growing economic hub. And if we play our cards right, we will unlock these opportunities, these economic opportunities for Bhutan. So the GMC is primarily about opportunities and taking advantage of these opportunities. And we do this through what His Majesty calls the Diamond Strategy. This follows a one country, two systems model, 20 years of divergence, where Bhutan and GMC will have its own policies, regulations, laws, own culture, own rate and pace of development. And then after another 20 years, Bhutan and GMC will start converging. And the GMC, after 40 years, will come back into the fold of Bhutan. But the question is, why are we doing that? Well, we use the GMC as a catalytic force, as a sandbox initiative, as a lab, as a test bed for innovation and technology, for risk-taking, so that GMC can take all that risk. And GMC can be agile and pivot with new policies and a new approach to development. And the lessons that we learn from the GMC should then inspire and emulate what Bhutan can do as well. And so the idea is that Bhutan will be able to modernize and transform and reform in a structured, safe manner, while the GMC will continue to be this lab for experimentation. And that is again the genius, I think, of why we have a one country, two system, but a time-bound special administrative region. And by virtue of it being a special administrative region, it allows us to have a more autonomous executive, legislative, and judicial systems. And so there is a little bit of a differentiation in the manner and the approach, in the culture and the mindset, the attitude of how we will work at the GMC. And so since the announcement of the GMC just about a year and a half ago, with the Royal Charter and with the autonomy that we have, we've already adopted and adapted various international laws. We've adopted the Singapore commercial law, the UK British common law, the Abu Dhabi global market regulations for financial and digital assets. And what that allows us to do is pick and choose best practices from around the world. I can't think of any other country in the world that can do that. And that is again the uniqueness and the USP of the GMC. And so we'll be able to attract investors and businesses and friends and residents into the GMC, but we'll do that while preserving the Bhutanese identity, while preserving the Bhutanese ethos and our values rooted in GNH. And GNH has given Bhutan its philosophical foundation, and the GMC represents this practical testing grounds where the values will meet modern economic realities. If you look at our design principles, it's rooted in GNH values. We want to achieve what we call mindful prosperity. That's GNH law. And so we'll continue to do that while being green, the way Bhutan has been, while being clean, while being safe, while being happy. Just a little bit about the GMC itself. You can see it extends over 2,600 square kilometers. This is 3 times the size of Singapore, 2 times the size of Hong Kong. We're looking at important kind of transformative foundational infrastructure in the international airport, the hydropower plant. It'll be fueled by clean green energy. It's right across the Indian border in Assam. And the success of the GMC should translate not into the success of Bhutan only, but also into the larger neighborhood, into the larger region of South Asia, especially Northeast India. The city's architecture is crafted by the world-renowned Bjarke Ingels Group, BIG. These are sustainable architects, very famous for focusing on community living and sustainability, seamless integration of urban spaces with nature and with wildlife. And the city will embody Bhutanese values, mindfulness, and futuristic design excellence. We've also identified 7 core economic clusters, economic drivers for the GMC, 7+1 with tourism cutting across all of them. Spirituality is at the forefront. We want to be a Buddhist spiritual center and hub. We want to be a hub for wellness and health with a focus on integrative medicine. Bhutan is known as the land of medicinal herbs. There's a lot of ancient wisdom in our country. And so even for knowledge as a hub for education and thought leadership, agri-tech and forestry, leveraging on sustainable, carbon neutral, smart agriculture that we are known for. Green energy and tech industries, driven by the exponential demand for AI and compute power, finance as a hub for wealth management and digital banking, aviation and logistics with the international airport. We want to be a regional air connectivity and logistics hub and create a whole airport economy around it. And tourism, as I mentioned, will cut across all of these and will continue to be a key economic driver for GMC and Bhutan. But the GMC is also a spiritual and ecological endeavor. It sits on sacred land with a deep Buddhist heritage, an immense ecological value as a biodiversity hotspot. And strategically, it also serves as a global gateway for Bhutan, opening new avenues for trade and tourism and diplomatic engagement. And this morning, I know there was a question around this concept of gateway. And this is really about that harmonization of values, of ideas, of connecting people and trade and businesses, not just as a gateway for Bhutan to the rest of the world, but also the rest of the world to Bhutan. And so in many ways, the GMC is an invitation to the world to partner with us in this journey of co-creating the future of our country. The airport, as I mentioned, is a transformative project. It's very central to the success of the GMC. It reflects Bhutan's cultural heritage. It embraces world-class aviation standards. Sustainability is very much at the core of it. In fact, it features glulam, timber modular structures. It has these rooftop solar panels to minimize carbon footprints. And the airport is not just functional, as you can see, it's also deeply spiritual. Traditional Bhutanese arts like carpentry and carving and painting and weaving are integrated throughout the structures. And the idea is to have spaces for yoga and meditation and sound healing, to create a very mindfulness-driven travel experience from when you first land into Bhutan to your last impression of Bhutan as you travel out. And so the airport will be completed by December 2029, just a few years away. And within the first 10 years, we will see all the key infrastructure projects completed. We'll see all the core city services ready. And after another 10 years, we're looking at a population of 1 to 2 million, an expansion of the GMC. And then beyond that, GMC will be this regional hub, a leading regional hub for mindful living and sustainable economic growth. And in just a little over a year, we've seen a lot of development from right here hosting the Bhutan Innovation Forum just a year ago at the Dungkhar that gathered thought leaders and business leaders, that opened up multiple contacts, conversations for us in Bhutan and specifically for the GMC, to the formation of the GMC board. Dr. Arun Kapoor is here. He sits on the board of the GMC as well. Our former Prime Minister is the governor of the GMC. And we've signed multiple contracts and MOUs with different types of companies from all across the world. We also work with a lot of international expertise. This is a slide that requires a lot of updating all the time. But the idea is that we have international experts who have that experience to work with local Bhutanese experts. And so we have a lot of Bhutanese team members as well, and the idea is that there is knowledge transfer and capacity building and institutional knowledge and memory, and eventually Bhutanese leadership that will come to the fore of the GMC as well. This is my last slide, is my favorite slide. For Bhutanese, the GMC is very much a nation-building exercise. I like to say that it's an emanation of the trust between king and people. The moment His Majesty announced the GMC, we had everybody, every stakeholder, every sector of Bhutan fully behind it, fully supportive of it. And that, in a world where there is a deficiency of trust, I think is very much in abundance in Bhutan. And that's what makes us very unique, this bond and this fidelity that we have for our monarch and for our leadership. And I believe that is the reason why the GMC has the ingredients to succeed. And so while others have sacrificed values for speed and efficiency in Bhutan, we've safeguarded the GNH essence. And now with very strong foundations, the GMC will move forward with clarity and with purpose. And we invite you to join us on that journey. Thank you very much.
The story of GMC is a story of what the future can look like when it is built on mindfulness, sustainability, and collective care. Thank you, our Afsal, for that presentation. Now, let's move into quickly towards the next session. Another presentation by Mr. Manoj will delve into the nature of human mind. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Manoj on the dais for his presentation.
You can change the slide by clicking this, okay? This button, down button. Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity to share with you our journey, our shared journey, as we are looking at it from Orwell's perspective. I was delighted to see the presentation of GMC, which connects me very deeply with Orwell from where I am coming. And to see that shared aspiration for something profoundly longing in our hearts, finding expression in so many different ways. It is deeply, deeply moving. Thank you. We heard about social stock exchange and democratization of funds. And end of the day, everything boils down to people. Transformation of people. And that's the core question we are dealing with in Orwell. How to transform human nature. And this has become more and more critical in today's world, where I would like to take you through a brief overview of what happened in the last 300 years, where we were driven by the power of thought, rational intelligence, scientific discoveries that has utterly transformed the world. And what we are now going through is, in a way, a culmination of that stage of development, the age of reason, coming to a point of deep crisis. The very power of thought that has led us to this point is now becoming obsolete right in front of our eyes, as the machines are able to think far better. So what are we going to do if we are not required as thinkers, as visionaries, as creators? If machines are going to do it, what is our role? And more people are looking at this explosive development as an existential crisis or a potential breakthrough towards an unknown future. And the world is changing so rapidly. We are compelled to transform individually, collectively, as well as all our institutions, whether it is educational institution, administrative institutions, all must undergo an explosive change that we cannot even imagine. And our role in it as thinkers are getting challenged. This is where the predicament is. Transforming our nature, what lies beyond thought. Because the power of thought that has led us this far has created a system of civilization that is way too complex for it to comprehend or even to manage. So there is a widespread destruction, confusion, mental confusion, and growing mental disorders, because for every narrative there is a counter narrative, and human mind is unable to know what is true, what is false, what is fake, and the mental reality is in a way collapsing. And we need another way of knowing the truth, because the mental truth is not helping us. It has taken us to a certain extent, but now it has come to a point it has to undergo a radical transformation. This is where the human nature needs to undergo transformation. This is where the founding philosophy and the vision of Auroville come into picture, which I would like to share with you. And here, these two people, Sri Aurobindo and the mother, the visionary founders of Auroville, the very vision they brought in is this: that humanity is facing an evolutionary crisis. And what appears to be climate change, economic turbulence, or all kinds of collapse that is happening all around, these are symptoms. Behind it, there is a massive shift happening in consciousness, and our mental consciousness, in terms of its rational intelligence and capacity, is failing miserably, and more thinking is not going to take us forward. We need another way of being. A new being is birthing in us, and how do we move towards that? And what is the potential hidden within us? How do we move towards that new possibility hidden within us? And it is an evolutionary possibility. This is where education comes into picture. When I say education, I'm now referring to a lifelong transformative learning. Usually when we think of education, we think of schools, but it is utterly insufficient. The entire population needs to be educated in a new way of opening to a deeper creative possibility hidden within them. So it is in this context of shifting from mind to supermind. This is Sri Aurobindo's fundamental proposition, that mind, as we know it, is giving way to a higher faculty of knowing and being and doing. And that is currently in the process of disruptively emerging in the world, and what we see is the old systems collapsing and something utterly new emerging, which our mind is not able to conceive how it is operating, how it is emerging, how it is organizing its emergence. And this is the context, birthing of a spiritual age unfolding on earth. And whether we understand it or not, the forces are in motion. That's what the masters are saying. And it is for that reason Auroville was set up as a laboratory to see how human nature can be transformed. So in that context comes evolution of our human mind. Mind is the current highest faculty that is available to humanity in its evolutionary emergence. But we need to now transcend what we have developed, and that is the framework for education, that evolutionary framework, how to evolve into next stage of our own possibilities that are hidden within us. In that, the very first stage is purification, and it starts with body-mind connection, where our body, which is a material thing, brings its inertia, its tamas, and the food we eat brings immediately its influence on the body, on the mind. Mind is heavily influenced by the body, and it is critically important how to train the body so that the mind can function well within that framework. Just like the hardware need upgrade so that a new software can be brought in. And this context demands practices at 3 domains: food, exercise, sleep. These are the 3 things that directly affects the functioning of the mind, and therefore these are 3 areas where food is not just for health and fitness, but also what kind of food will illumine the mind. It is from that perspective the choice of the food matters, the choice of the exercise matters, awakening of the body consciousness so that the light of the mind can flow through the body. So that is first layer of body training. And then comes, of course, the senses. Mind uses our senses to experience the world, and unfortunately, the trouble with the senses is that it brings desire because the senses are seeking pleasure. In the process of seeking pleasure, there is craving, from there comes addiction and guilt, shame, all kinds of degeneration that happens to the senses. Therefore comes the fundamental requirement for training the senses. Training of the senses, each sense. Unless we train, for example, our hearing capacity, for example, if we are to enjoy a fine classical music, unless we have trained our ears, we cannot really enjoy. There is tremendous delight available as arts, literature, poetry, but unless we train our faculties, we cannot enjoy them. So there comes the training of the senses. Then we move forward, then comes the energy that drives the mind as well as the body. The power supply that runs software as well as the hardware. And some people are of low energy, some people are of high energy, and those who are low energy need to get boosting their energy. Those who have high energy need to find how to balance the energy. That is otherwise has a tendency to move towards all these challenges of heightened tendency for ambition. From there comes the restlessness, aggression, violence, all that comes with this intensity of energy that is building up in the individual that flows out. It's a wild horse that some individuals opens to, and that makes them powerful, but power by itself is insufficient. There comes the need for training of the energy with its equality, breathwork, adventure, team spirit, the whole range of training required for energy. How to source energy, how to balance the energy, how to transmit the energy, how to channelize the energy in a creative way. This has to be basic for education for everyone. Then, of course, comes our heart, the emotions. And emotions are seeking love and affection, and that brings depth of relationships and richness of connection. But there is a challenge where we develop attachments, and attachments comes into insecurity and breakups and all the manipulation that comes with attachment, insecurity, etc. And sadness, suffering. And this thing colors our intelligence. Our whole mind gets colored by the emotional layer that is turbulent. Therefore, the training of our emotions to be calm and wide and receptive so that we can enjoy deep and rich positive emotions without corrupting our clarity of the mind. So all these are layers that are required in the purification of the mind. And there comes equality, music, art, poetry, serving others, all that are to help the heart to purify and open up to a greater richness of experience. And now we move on to training of the mind proper. Mind, when it is purified from the body and senses and energy and emotions, then it can operate freely in its own domain of thought and ideas. And here comes curiosity. Every child is spontaneously and naturally curious. Unfortunately, our education system is looking at children as buckets, empty buckets to be filled with information, and kills their curiosity. Once curiosity is gone, then the self-drive is gone. Once the self-drive is gone, there is no capacity for concentration, because concentration is the capacity of the mind that enables every individual to pursue whatsoever they want. And if the curiosity is gone, then concentration is gone, and then you have ADHD. That is the resultant where we end up with. And of course, when we have these faculties developed, naturally comes the ability to observe not only the physical dimension, but also the subtler dimensions, how to observe sensations, energy, emotions, world of thoughts, and abstract world of ideas. That ability comes when the capacity for observation is developed. So when it comes to education, we are not looking at the content that is fed into the mind, but what faculties are developed, what capacities are developed, what are there latent, how to be trained them. Then comes the memory, comprehension. These are already well known, so I will not go into it. And here comes imagination, wideness. I would like to touch upon wideness and suppleness. Wideness is when the mind is curious about wide range of topics, not just into an area of specialization. A mind that is broad and wide and loving its learning, joy of learning and spreading wide its wings of knowledge. Then comes suppleness. Suppleness brings the flexibility to the mind. A mind that is open to all kinds of ideas, ability to absorb, be supple, flexible, to change its position, to look at something from all kinds of positions and angles, so that it is not attached to any particular window of perception. It is free to fly in the world of knowing. And then comes ability to synthesize, because here comes, in our world we have all kinds of contradictory, paradoxical fields of knowledge that doesn't agree with each other. Each and every individual must learn to synthesize all that they know, their experience, around the center of their being, or the highest ideal they conceive, they have experienced. Ability to synthesize the mind. Otherwise, the mind gets fragmented, fractured, and you have pieces of knowledge unorganized. So helping a mind to organize itself, and then comes the power of formation. This building is here because someone formed it in their mind. Out of the formless, you are bringing out and birthing things that are not there in nature, and that is the immense power of the mind to give form. And whole cities can be formed. So training the mind to bring into these levels, this is where the creative individuals are emerging. They are really the wealth of a society. A creative individual is the baseline for any type of growth in a society. But the challenge is all these are instrumental layers. They don't necessarily work together. They pull in different directions. As a result, we experience internal fragmentation. And this, the mind by itself cannot resolve. The mental will is unable to know the complexity of our instrumental layers and bring them together to synthesize. This leads to the challenge of internal fragmentation, particularly in a society, in the world where mental education is prioritized and other parts are not touched in the education. Result is untrained parts pulling in different directions, and the mind unable to comprehend what is going on and getting lost in confusion. This is where we transcend this level to go beyond this level. Like here, up to this point, we are looking at the power of thought, rational intelligence, its will. Beyond this, we cannot go. At this point, yoga begins, where pure inner silence has to be brought in. The thoughts must come to an end. Ending of thought, beginning of seeing. Beginning of seeing with clarity, undisturbed by all the lower instruments and its confusion. So the training of the mind begins here to transcend the normal layers, to go beyond into domains that are much subtler. And here comes the discovery of the true self. When we are establishing inner silence, inner stillness, wideness, calmness, and concentrate in the heart region, this is where the discovery into the deeper layers opens up, and we discover our true nature. In Buddhism, perhaps, I guess you would call our true Buddha nature. In our language, we would call the soul or the psychic being. That's the integral yoga psychology term. And that's what leads to individualization, the true individual emerging from within. And that emergence is what reveals your soul dharma, the dharma of the individual, your soul purpose. This is not a mental construct that gets revealed from within as you go dive deeper into oneself. It is not only knowing, but it is also an immense power that gets released from within. That is the inspiring source lying within, like a sun radiating from within. So enabling individuals to come in touch with their true self that is beyond this instrumental layers, that enables their radiance, their creative force to be liberated. And that is where the individualization of the individual and discovery of their true purpose in the world emerges in that process. And this is also the source of universal love and delight, gratitude, generosity. That is hidden within, uncontaminated love that spreads out freely, generously towards all, and the sense of oneness that comes with it. That is hidden behind the veils of the mind, emotions, sensations, energy. So diving deep and discovering that is the very foundational requirement of education across all the ages, zero to the end of life, and even learning to die consciously so that you can continue the education to the next birth. And from there comes the next higher levels of development, where dissolution of the ego and merging with the infinity that is emerging for the individual as a spiritual potential that very few actually explore those domains, which is limited to monasteries, ashrams, but now it has to be brought into the wider world, because without that larger expansion and freedom, we cannot build higher ranges of the mind. And this is where discovery of the higher faculties beyond thought, beyond rational intelligence, we can discover. Thank you. Time. Okay. Comes into picture. So not only we are discovering that higher possibilities, but also bringing that into the mind, into the heart, into our whole instrumental layers so that they undergo transformation. And this discovery of the higher ranges and bringing them down into our instrumental nature is the higher level of educational work that is awaiting us. And in that, I'm just broadly saying there are layers to be discovered, what we refer to in our psychology as the higher mind, illumined mind, intuition, overmind, supermind. These are some of the possibilities well mapped in the integral yoga psychology. I will not go into it. And from there comes our evolutionary transformation of human nature, where the material and spiritual are brought together. As Divyanshi mentioned in her presentation, our career itself is fulfilled by the spirit's longing and its expression in the material nature. And we are here to bring that spiritual light into matter, and that's our educational framework. And this is the framework for the practices for various layers of our instruments and our inner nature for an integral development. So the practices are all broadly categorized into these layers, and then comes the emergence of the diversity in unity and the divine life on earth. This is the vision that is driving Auroville, and this is the broad framework we have for Auroville that we are looking at how to operationalize it, how to design a city designed for this purpose, an economic system designed for this purpose, an education system that is designed for this purpose, starting with no private property, no ownership over anything, all collective. And it's an experiment. It's a lab for transforming human nature. Thank you.
We'll move on to the next session. We're not yet done with the mind yet, so to explore more on the human mind's potential, I'd like to invite on stage Sneha Podar to lead the next panel session.
Thank you, Manoj, for that wonderful presentation. May I request the panelists to please join me on the stage. Tim Huang, Manoj, Dasho Shivang Tandin, and Lam Nima Shireen. Sorry, Dasho Dechen couldn't join us today, so I'm filling in and moderating this session. Tim Huang. Is Tim Huang here? Okay. Manoj? Okay, meanwhile, I'll set some context. I want to link it. Okay. So I want to link this to some scientific facts. Because when it comes to mind, we think a lot of times that it's all mumbo jumbo, spirituality is all mumbo jumbo, and it's not linked to science. But a leading psychologist from Oxford University, Ian McGilchrist, his recent work on divided brain found out that majority of the world's population is just working from their left brain capacity, which is logical and analytical thinking, but not tapping into the right brain capacity, which is more intuitive and thinking in the whole, which is illogical, which is irrational. And many of the crises that we are facing today is actually a manifestation of that, of a divided brain. And even the rising cases of anxiety and depression and loneliness around the world, especially amongst the youth. In UK, I remember just last year read an article, Lost Generation. The youth in 20s, they are not showing up for work because they're not mentally well. So I'd like to open the floor from that context. And Manoj, you have already spoken, so I'd like to maybe Lam Nima Shireen, if you can share your perspective a bit, that how in Eastern culture before, the focus was so much on cultivation of mind, but today our education system is focused so much on just application of mind, neglecting the cultivation of mind aspect totally. And again, citing Ian's work here from Oxford, that meditation alone cannot cultivate a mind. It needs ecology of practices. So if you'd like, I'd like the esteemed panelists here to share their thoughts on this. Maybe 2 minutes each. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So I'm very honored to be here and share my feelings with you all. Actually, my English is not that much good, and I want to apologize first of all. And so we are talking about mind. So mind is, sometimes you can't imagine about mind. Sometimes it is something that we can touchable or something like that. It's very difficult. So our nature of mind, actually Buddha also told that the nature of mind is very pure, but some obstacles, they made us like suffering, happiness, everything created from the mind. So on that, what you have to do is, we need realization. We need to understand the nature of mind. So on that, what you have to do is, we have to meditate. Actually, all the creatures have Buddhahood, but due to obstacles, it was covered and we can't see the nature of mind. And we are suffering and surrounding in this samsara. And we are suffering everything. And to free from that suffering or to free from that samsara, what we have to do is, we have to find a way, and the way is to realize our mind. How we can realize our mind is, we have to meditate on that, and we have to look back to our own mind, and we can realize then. So when we realize our nature mind, that is the stage of the Buddhahood or the Nirvana. So we can say enlightened also. So to get that, we have to be practice more. We have to first, what we have to do is we have to do meditations. Then we have to find some solutions like methods, doing generosity or doing post-stations, every thing which we are done by our like body, mind, and speech. So sometimes we accumulate negative things by all these 3 points. So first we have to accumulate good, what you can say, the virtues to clear all these negative things. And after that, if we meditate, sometimes we say, oh, I'm meditating, and we are living in a meditation pose, and we are thinking, tomorrow I will go to town and I will buy this and that, and so on. Then they will live like 2-3 hours. Then after that, they say, oh, now I finished my meditation. That's the not way of meditation. Meditation is like not thinking past, not thinking future. You keep your mind on present, and you do, live on that. Then you will gain something like a peaceful thing. But it is like a, what you can say, we can't express it. It is like a, what you can say, the taste of sweet. If I eat a sweet, and if somebody asks me, how is it? I always say, sweet, sweet, but can't express. But I have some feelings on that sweet. Same like that, meditation also we have that experience. So when we do that meditations, and gradually what we have to reduce is, so actually our human natures had like 5, sometimes we say 3, sometimes we say 5 poisons with us, like desire or the attachment, then anger and ignorance or the illusion. And so when we say 3, these 3 points. And when we say 5, on that pride or the ego and the jealousy. So unless these 5 poisons make us suffering, so we have to reduce that poisons, even in this generation. Like you say that in this generation, most of the people, youths, they're getting depression. Why? Because due to our, what you can say, desire, we can't achieve what we like. That's why we are getting. Then our anger, so we want to fight with others. If we can't revenge with that people, then we are getting depression. Then our illusion, we don't know what we are doing, and we are getting depression. Then our pride, our ego makes us depression. If I can't compare with others, I am getting depression. Then our jealousy makes us depression. So first we recognize that 5 poisons, and gradually if we can reduce that 5 poisons, we will be more better. We can control our emotions. We can control our depressions. So then why we have to meditate is, meditation is to reduce that. We can realize that, we can recognize and realize that poisons, and we can reduce day by day. But we can't take out it from the root. If we can, that is enlightened. So, but we can reduce day by day for our anger. If I angry like 100 times today, tomorrow 99, then maybe after 1 week 98, then day by day we can reduce. So then our suffering will also reduce day by day. I think I will keep on that now. So if I talk more, then there's no time. So thank you.
Okay, So I want to just link some contexts here. So what I understand from Lam Shireen is that all the man-made crises, the root of it is in human mind, right? If we can purify our mind, then we can purify the environment and the society around us. There would be no wars, we won't damage the environment. And what I understand from Manoj's presentation is that to be able to purify the mind, we have to work on what we eat, on our schedule, how we sleep, manage our emotions, manage our desires. So it's not only just about meditation, but it's about ecology of practices, a way of living that can help us purify our mind. And from that context, for Dashu Shewang Tanden, you had Royal Thimphu College, and I think you have been closely very involved with the local youth here. I would like to know from your perspective that what is the impact of social media on the youth today? Because before the advent of internet, the impressions that our mind would receive were very limited. We would have access to only few books or magazines, right? But today, from the internet, the youth are getting impressions, maybe 1,000 or 50,000 impressions also sometimes a day. And all that clutters up if we don't meditate. So the rising rates of anxiety, even the suicide cases and depression and loneliness, from the educator's perspective, what do you think could be the right way to go? Because meditation is talked about so much, but the deeper aspects of cultivation of mind, which is food, sleep, managing desires, emotions, how do we tackle that?
Okay, thank you. And also linking to the presentation that was made and also taking off from Lam and also responding to these questions. I think I spent all my working life trying to impact youth in some way, but it's been a long journey and I still have a lot of, a long way ahead because it's all about learning, committing, and doing something with it, and in the process, learning more. So it's what happens in the society, what happens elsewhere is oftentimes not in our hand. But what is in our hand is how do we cope? The situation is like that, sometimes bad situation, but it's learning to cope with the situation. So that is exactly in our hand. So now the good news is that there are a lot of things happening in neuroscience findings. In the last 20 years or so, there has been proliferation of journals in mindfulness. Never before. Our understanding based on now, backed up by science about mind, training of the mind, is very good today than it was some 20 years ago. So we have to capitalize on that, on learning. There was a question in the morning about what do we do with the schools where we focus so much on the exams and results and so on. And should we not change? Definitely, we can. The good news is that the current neuroscience finding says that well-being, happiness is a skill. I think it's a soft skill. So like any other skill, the more you practice, the more you train, the better you can get. In fact, you can practice yourself to be happier. So how the situations that are not in your hand, but what is in your hand, you can do many things there. And the starting point is, in learning today, there are two methods. One, declarative, where you are given concepts, knowledge, information, and that is dominating our education system from the primary schools. And the other thing is procedural, which is experiential, where you engage learners, where they experience things, where you get them to practice. I always tell my young students, this practice, you can't say, I'm busy. You can't let your best friend do it. You have to do it yourself. In order to have the transformation, you have to do it. You have to practice. The concept is very, very basic. Mindfulness, I think all of us, we know about that. Meditation, and the basic definition of that is very, very simple. Being aware of what is happening in the present moment in your mind, body and the external environment. Oftentimes, we are good at observing other people, but that is a part of the external environment, nature, what's around you, including other people. But we don't take time to look inside, observe ourselves. And the competition now is the people who are trying to distract you are also using findings from neuroscience to distract you and keep you long hours there on distraction. And the finding, one of the things that neuroscience, their finding says is that a distracted mind is an unhappy mind. Now, how do we stop that? And the answer is meditation. So meditation is nothing but just looking into yourself, observing yourself, starting from your breath, and then watching your emotions. Emotions are not you. Emotions are just physiological changes. If you observe, if you learn and train yourself to observe yourselves, the sensitivities, the changes in your physiology, you will well be aware, oh, I'm beginning to become sad, or I'm beginning to get angry. And when you are aware, you can manage emotions, because when you don't, we knee-jerk reactions, and that gives us a lot of unhappiness. So the answer here is this. And I say again, having said that we have to have this procedural method of learning to counter a lot of declarative, I think I have to walk that talk. So I will put you through a short practice that you can carry home. So I will invite you, and I'll give you a short invitation based on neuroscience. How can we rewire our brain? How we can. S.N. Goenka, late great master in Vipassana, he says, he calls this the shackles and bondage of the habitual mind. Actually, these are things that we have got through evolution. When the situation was so different, you have to act fast, you have to react, otherwise you end up being eaten up by some saber-tooth tiger or something. And the resources were so scarce that time. If somebody gets more, there's less for you. And you have to pay attention to negativity because it's about survival. But today, there's plenty out there. Situations have changed, but we still carry that DNA. So unless we rewire our brain, we live in this situation, but we are carrying that ancient habitual practices. So how we can do that? And again, training. We have to do it ourselves. We can't outsource to a high monk and ask this person to pray for you, because transformation cannot take place unless you engage and practice that yourself. So I want to invite you, 2 invitations I want to give, maybe one little later. One invitation is a short arrival practice, 1 minute. So I will invite you to lengthen your back, relax, soften your shoulders. You can either close your eyes or take a soft gaze in front of you. The key here is you have to feel comfortable and alert at the same time. And just watch, is observing ourselves. Watch your breath. Breath coming in, breath going out. And these are just instructions. I will ask you to begin. And in the process, your mind will go away. I'm sure it will go away. But doesn't matter. Get it back. Say, oh, it's gone out. Get it back. Be kind to yourself. So here we go. Take a deep breath and a long, slow exit. And then normal breathing. A minute of doing that. Take a deep breath and long, slow release. Gently open your eyes. Come back to the room. Thank you. Some of you are experienced meditators already. I know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dasho, for that. And I would like to ask that how many of you could close your eyes without any thought in your mind? None, right? So I think that's what we are talking about here, that how can we reclaim the potential of our mind, that how can we become the masters of our mind rather than being the slaves of our mind when it's not in our control, thoughts coming in like that. Now, Tim, you have been a practitioner, so I would like to know from your experience if you can share. There are different stages in the cultivation of mind, if I'm not wrong. It starts with first concentration. As we know, for the youth here, a majority of the youth now has an attention span of less than 20 seconds now, and the marketing companies are now trying to make their ads for less than 20 seconds, and that is not actually human development, right? Because if our concentration has gone down to 20 seconds, that is not something to be proud of, but rather something to be worried about. But it starts with concentration, and then there are deeper layers. In Eastern cultures, there is samadhi, and then there is also the ability of samyama, or unlocking the intuition, that is ability to access the universal or the wider consciousness, which is now proven by the quantum theory of unified conscious field also. So if you can share your experience as a practitioner, how you navigated through these stages and what changes you experienced in your own life, and the potential of your mind that you could realize.
Good evening, La. So thank you, and just really grateful for all the wisdom on this stage and for that question. So as an education practitioner, really I think the vision of gross national happiness is really that North Star. And earlier when Rapsel was talking about the Gelefu Mindfulness City, I think at ELC, at our school, we really believe that a mindfulness city must spring from mindful schools. And so, in this age of AI now, emotional intelligence is even more important than ever. And, education is a pathway not just for vocation, but also for flourishing. And so earlier I was talking with Andrew about, saying the heart of education is actually the education of the heart. And GNH, we have a poster at our school that says, GNH is actually learning with a capital G to nurture with a capital N our hearts with a capital H. And really, then GNH becomes a lived practice. And so to get kind of into these deeper states of transforming the mind, we must also transform the heart. And the mind, the word in Zonka, Sem, is both mind, is head, and it's also heart, right? And so, there's a lot of wisdom already that's been shared, but I'll share more from the perspective as a practitioner. So what does that look like when you look at it from a school and from all the schools that we have the privilege of partnering with? So one of the pathways that we have is called Design for Change. And this is a national design thinking program where we empower children to feel, imagine, do, and share. It's a simple 4-step process. And, as the country partner to that, we're really working with children, with young people to co-create wellness, well-being centered, grassroots, village-led solutions that are led by young people. So what does that actually look like in practice? So one of the ways that young people actually, when they actually feel bothered by a problem, when they address it, one of the ways that that's manifested is through anti-bullying campaigns to address bullying that affects their mental health, their well-being, their ability to have a stable mind in schools. Another way is, children in a rural school in Chuka, when they went through this process, they ended up designing a safer walking path to school. Some of these children in rural schools in Bhutan walk 2 hours to school each way. And so they harvested local bamboo with their parents, and they created a safer walking path using all sustainable local materials. In Hunsi, children were learning to weave their own school uniforms, you know. And so this is really GNH in lived practice. And now we've partnered with over 400 schools over the last decade, and now partnering with the Ministry of Education to actually bring this to scale through the Scouts program to every school in the country. So that's one way. The other is, you know, through the school's well-being program. And at our school, you know, we have kind of two frameworks. One is these 4 pillars of well-being: mindfulness, community, self-curiosity, and contentment. And in Dzongkha, that word is chokshe, the knowledge of enough, you know, contentment. And we really believe children must be treasured and not just measured. You know, treasured and not just measured. And, you know, when we actually put that into practice, it's about learning to care for the self, care for others, and care for the planet. And with mindfulness, you know, Dasho, Lam have talked about this already, but it's all about bringing it into practice every day. And if children feel well, we know they'll do well. And so what we've done at our school is every hour we actually have a mindfulness gong that goes off across the entire school. And no matter what you're doing, if you're a student in the middle of class, if you're a teacher going to use the bathroom, once that mindfulness gong goes off, everyone just takes a minute just to pause and to breathe. Just like Dasho very beautifully led us through right now. And what that allows us to do is just to take that sacred pause, just to reset before you start a class or before you move on to the next thing, just to arrive, you know. We're always rushing from one thing to the next. And so you're talking about concentration and how now in the age of social media and AI, how short our attention spans are. And so we work with children at the level that they can handle, which is in these little minutes every hour. And that adds up to 20 minutes of mindfulness every day where they can just de-stress, calm down before an exam. Right now is exam season. All students, they take a mindful breath before they do that. And then the other part of this is actually the emotions. And so, you know, we actually have daily emotions check-ins. So, you know, we have a wheel of emotions, tanka, at our school, where children are actually learning to identify their emotions. And we have a couple of mantras. We say you have to name it to tame it. You have to feel it to heal it. You have to attend it to befriend it. To actually become friends with our emotions so we can learn to cope with them in healthier ways. And we say, no matter what children are feeling, sometimes I have students who say they're feeling angry. And we say you're allowed to feel angry, but you're not allowed to hit someone else, right? So all emotions are welcome, but all behaviors are not. And so we're teaching children skills to actually cope with emotions in healthier ways. And even teaching kind of the kind of roots of these emotions. So in Dzongkha, like words like gatsor is gratitude, ga is happiness, tsor is arising or awakening, right? Helping children actually understand even the roots of where these emotions come from. Tsipsa, like tsip being like bricks, stones, za, to eat stones, that's when you're feeling angry, you know? And so the more we help our children really understand, be with their emotions, the more that they can find skillful ways to actually navigate the world in a healthier way and do well. And we have a lot of other ways we put this into practice. And maybe the last thing I'll share is just, you know, a little story and the last practice that we have, which is restorative justice, which is also known as Nangka Nandri in Bhutan. So traditionally in villages, you know, when two, let's say farmers have a dispute about land, you know, the gup or the mangmi, the village leader, will bring the two farmers together to actually address it through peaceful dialogue, through civil conversation. And you see on all the monastery walls here, the 4 friends, you know, the peace, the harmony, these are the values that really matter. And so we try to actually bring this into practice, these indigenous practices into our schools. And so what we found is just by whenever there's a conflict situation, you know, we really see that actually as an opportunity for learning for our children so that they can actually repair, harm, restore relationships. And it's through some simple questions. First, we practice some mindfulness. Then we ask them, Gachibei, what happened, you know? And then how did that make you feel? And then what can be done to make things right? And when they actually talk through this, you know, we find that at the end, there's real restoration. And their emotions are cared for, and they feel seen and heard. And so we had a boy, you know, I would love to share this story, who came to our school from another school, and he was getting into all sorts of different, you know, conflict situations. He was, you know, saying hurtful things to other kids. He would get into fights. And as he sat in these restorative justice circles, he was learning, practicing this mindfulness in the hourly, you know, fashion. He was actually learning skills to cope. And at the end of the year, you know, he came up to the principal, Ma'am Dicky, and me, and he said, "You're going to be really proud of me because yesterday I was about to get into a fight, but instead of punching this other kid or saying something hurtful, I remembered everything we've been practicing. And he said, I took a deep breath, I said sorry to this other child, and I walked away. And so we were so amazed and in awe. And that's really the power of this practice, just these little ways that we can bring this into schools. And really, that's the gift that has come from the throne, gross national happiness, really as a lived practice to learn to nurture our hearts in community, but also in this practice, this mindful practice.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim, for that wonderful explanation. And it very much resonates with the ecology of practices, that how you have to look into different dimensions to be able to purify the mind. Manoj, so before we open the floor for questions, Manoj, if you would like to add something to the discussion here.
In our approach, what I have found that works, the foundational layer is the inner contact with the learner, a space of loving connection with the other person. If that is there, when the other person is feeling that I can trust this space, and I can relax and I can be authentic, I can be vulnerable. And that opens up everything, the possibilities. And the rest is a living alchemy of that growing relationship where you're growing together. That's, I would say, the space of love. We are cultivating that love between the learner and the facilitator, and growth unfolds like a flower, a bud blooming. Thank you.
Okay, so we have only 5 minutes, so maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions. Any questions from the floor?
Thank you, everyone, for the presentations and discussions and suggestions, and I found this a very stimulating panel. I work in a university. I teach and hope to inspire students, but the fact is that a third of our students are clinically, moderately, or severely depressed, right? And nobody does their best in that state of mind. And it's true across the whole of the UK education sector, and I'm sure it's further as well. How do we get the balance right? How do you know what success looks like in an education environment? The balance between the stuff that we measure and the stuff that's harder to measure. People need to learn the skills that they need to go on and thrive in the real world. And those skills include emotional and spiritual skills as well. How do we measure, how do we know when we've got the balance right between the priorities that we give to those different dimensions of education?
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful question. So we'll take 1 more question from the floor. Dashu.
Thank you very much. Kerzan Wangdi from Privy Council. Let's say it's been a mind-blowing session. Thank you very much. My questions are for couple of panelists up here. I see Mr. Manoj, first question to you, and perhaps Lam Nimsari. When you say you're training your mind, are you really training your mind, or are you training your consciousness, or are you training your Atma? Especially some spiritual traditions, we have a philosophy of Anatman. That's my first question. Second question, I'm squeezing the 1 minute that has been given. That is for Mr. Tim Huang. Brilliant exposition. In schools, how you can train a mind when children have learning disabilities, bordering psychosis, or attention deficiencies, how we can bring that to the fold. And finally, to my class friend here, Tasha Song Tandin, what was your 1, 2 minute or 15 seconds experience from your recent return from your mind training, the session that you went to a neighboring state in Bhutan? Thank you very much.
So we have only 5 minutes. If I request you to answer these questions and also with your closing remarks in a minute. Thank you.
Firstly, on the measurement, that's a very, very tough question. My experience with that is in terms of, in fact, we had an international conference in 2009 and the agenda was educating for GNH. We had passionate educators from all over the world, about 22 countries, and our agenda was how can we have a module to teach GNH in our schools. And we had a week of debate, and then the final outcome, we had locals. I was also part of that. And our finding was that, okay, our parents were quite worried. They thought instead of learning science and maths and physics, they will learn the domains of GNH and indicators and how to do. They were pretty worried. And the good news is that at the end of that, we said GNH is just an approach. The rest, it will enhance the learning of sciences and mathematics because it's about relationship. It's about taking care of the students. In fact, in the class, the teachers will be concerned how the students are. Are they okay? Are their mood okay? Anything wrong? So they will, in fact, take much more care. And if that care is taken, learning will be enhanced. In fact, the performance will be much better. Things like that. So measurement is tough, but my intuition is that doing mindfulness with the youth, it brings results that are desirable than not doing that, because it's about making a new brain, the neuron cycle, habits, positive habits. For example, I was going to throw one invitation, and that is this, creating mental habits. Every morning, I invite this to my colleagues and students. Every morning, you meet somebody. Wish this person. May this person be well. May this person be safe. May this person be free from suffering. May this person be happy from your side. You're not verbalizing, but you're wishing the first person you meet every morning. And you do it on a daily basis. Then you have this new circuit in your brain. Every time you meet somebody, the thought will come very, very automatically, maybe in a month's time. And the good news is it will show in your expression, in your facial expression and attitude and everything. People will notice that happiness in you, and that happiness rubs onto other people. So wishing that for others also is good for you. You also become much happier. So same thing as mindfulness practice. You benefit. you're wishing things for others, you're serving others, but your own happiness increases. And when that happens, your performance in whatever you do also gets better. And your leadership also is much better. So you can have stellar leadership, outstanding leadership, stellar performance, and enhanced well-being if you practice this. And the invitation is practice and find out. So that is the measurement is difficult, but my intuition is if you have 100 students, even if 5 of them picks up and practices, you are making an impact. The 5 of these people will go out into the community that will rub onto that. And today we need to spread that message much more urgent, because the future leaders, I think, should have compassion. They should have the peace in their mind. So everything. So my experience from Vipassana is this. A lot of this, I have already been introduced to many aspects of mindfulness, including observing your own physiology for emotion control. For example, if I practice this, if I'm beginning to get a little angry, I know, because there are certain sensitivity I get in my body muscles, and I know. When I know, I have a choice. What do I do? Should I express little anger for this person, or should I ignore that? So the point here is I have a choice of responding. If I don't practice this, I will just knee-jerk and do something which will be harmful for me as well as for the other person. So here the shift is from compulsion to choice, from reaction to responding through your own wisdom, the equanimity and all this, because you know, okay, this thing happens, but it's not going to last. It will arise and pass. Just being aware is the key, but it will pass. It will not last. So that is the thing. So Vipassana, actually, that is a deep, deep practice. I could do 10 days of Vipassana, 10 plus hours of meditation every day. Social media is out, and silence is the more there. So I could really deepen my practices, and I could really get the sensitivities in my body. So it's just be aware of the sensitivity, and you know this will pass, and this is how you get out of those stress and emotions and everything. Thank you. I think I took a little more time.
So I'm mindful of time, so I'll keep this quick, but just on the question of measurement, it's really just, all the research now has shown that, holistic social-emotional learning programs lead to academic achievement. A meta-analysis of studies has shown it does improve quote-unquote success, but I believe it's also, not just measurement. Our children should be treasured and not just measured. How do we really help children remember their own goodness and celebrate that? And that kind of gets me to, Dasho's question, just around children with different abilities. And at ELC, we're an inclusive school, so we don't treat them any differently. They sit in these well-being sessions with other children. We've had children with ADHD, children who are on the spectrum with autism, and we found that actually these kids have so much wisdom and so much to share. And we had a boy who every day he would come in and he'd always say, "I'm angry." For literally half a year, he would say, "I'm feeling angry today." But Ma'am Vicky and I and all the teachers, let me ask, how many of you are parents in the room or teachers? So many parents, many teachers, kids will sometimes do what you say, but more often they'll do what you do. And if we are calm and patient and loving and kind, these children feel that. And then they remember their own goodness. And so by the end of this, half year, this boy who kept saying every single day, "I'm angry, I'm angry." And he was so frustrated. All of a sudden, he was taking 3 deep breaths, and he was saying, "I'm feeling calm." And so, children are children. We're no different as human beings. And really, the transformation of the human heart, it just requires one thing, love, which is love, the oldest medicine that we know.
Yes, if you have any closing remarks, a quick one, maybe in 30 seconds.
It's very short. I want to answer Mijilumbola. Yes, I am a Buddhist. We always say sim. Sim is, in my translation, it is mind. I always training on my own mind. Actually, the sim has like, there are like branches, like we say 52 simjung. So now we are always what we are training on is we are training on always what we can see is sim gine luta, same what the situation of the mind. We are always looking on that, whether it is good or bad. So we have to lead into like a same level. So that's why if we keep our mind in what we can if we can realize our own mind's nature, so then we can get the enlightened. So that is why we are looking on the one's mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the beautiful, precise question. In my tradition, we don't actually refer to as the mind training. It's more of growth of your being and growth of consciousness, and that finds its expression through the mind, which is one of the instruments that reveals in the form of thought. It can also reveal as emotion, as energy, as sensation, or gross manifest physical form. So the being becomes as thought, emotion, energy, sensation, or material substance. So the essential training is freeing up the being from the entanglement and liberating and growing in that space, and these instruments naturally fall in place. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. Thank you.
All right, now we have arrived to the final event, the final panel for the day. I'm sure you all must be tired, exhausted, but generally happy because we have kept you all fed all day. So, all right, last day, last item, last program, bear with us. See, if we are what we eat, then we are what we watch, what we scroll, what we listen to, and a lot of things. So in the next section, we'll look at the need for mindful recreation and creative well-being. So I would now like to invite Nyerup Zangpo to moderate the session. Nyerup Zangpo has over 2 decades of experience as a writer, editor and a translator, a journalist as well. He led the Bhutan Observer in its heydays, headed the Bhutan Media Foundation, the Journalists Association of Bhutan, and has lent his pen to many of the stories that shaped our national discourse, Bhutan's national discourse, and has been my mentor as well. Nyerup, the floor is now. You have 40 minutes. Please end it by 6 p.m. Otherwise, I will start with a fine system.
Let's go Zangbo, and good evening to everyone. It's been a long day, so I'll not take a single minute of extra time in this session. So the topic for this panel is need for mindful recreation and creative well-being, which sounds a little abstract, but it basically means media consumption patterns and how media consumption affects our mental well-being and how we could use media more creatively so that we gain not just entertainment, but mental well-being, physical well-being from media consumption. So the session will explore how the media, music, and storytelling shape the inner world, meaning mental well-being, influence our identity and communities to either well-being or harm. It aims to highlight the responsibility of creators and communities in fostering a media landscape that supports mental, emotional, and cultural health. And among others, we will explore topics such as the potential of creative work to heal, empower, and inspire. Without further ado, I'll invite our panelists to the stage. First, we have Pema Chodron Tenzin. Pema Chodron is a senior media person, highly recognizable face in Bhutan. She started entertainment magazine earlier in her career, and later on she took up travel writing. She is today full-time, in her own words, traveling storyteller. And next we have Namgyazam, who needs no introduction in Bhutan. Namgyazam started her career with BBS, Bhutan's broadcasting corporation. Today, she does a lot of things, among which she is a mental health advocate. Next, we have Nyumazam, another very recognizable face in Bhutanese media landscape. She worked with BBS earlier. Today, she is the CEO of SAMU. And next, we have a government official, Sonam Penjur, the director of Department of Media, Creative Industry, and Intellectual Property. With this, I'll go and sit with them to start the conversation. Plus, to start with, I'll pose this question to everyone by way of introduction. How do media, music, and storytelling shape our inner world, meaning mental well-being, and our sense of identity, especially when our mind is young, impressionable? Where do we start from? Maybe from Pema? Can you pass the microphone?
Hello. Hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm not too sure if I can answer that particularly, but I just wanted to explain based on my own personal experience as one of the earlier social media consumers. I always joke that I think people like Namgyazam, myself, and then we have another friend of ours from Bhutan Street Fashion. We were one of the earlier content creators in Bhutan. And what we noticed was, I mean, based on my personal experience, what I noticed was we didn't really have a lot of stories about Bhutan. And that's one of my own personal reasons why I started travel content creating myself. Every time there was travel documentaries or content around Bhutan, it was always from an outsider's perspective. They would always take you to Taktsang, and Bhutan would be that, you know, visit the tiger's nest. So now the kind of content and travel that I do is venturing into Bhutan, unseen Bhutan. So from cultural stories, from stories of people, stories of food, stories of different festivals, I try to venture more into that. And I think this is also an opportunity to sort of connect this session with the earlier mindfulness session as well. What I experienced through travel and content creating was the kind of mindfulness sort of a correlation that I began to sort of experience myself. A lot of the content that we consume online, like what the earlier panel was discussing, everything is very short form, right? Now we have TikTok, now we have Insta Reels, we have YouTube Shorts. And if you can't hook your audience in the first 3 seconds, then you're gone. But what I realized with the kind of travel storytelling that I do, I didn't really want to venture too much into that. I wanted to sort of get the audience to experience the mindful, slow, nuanced, and quiet experience that I was having. Initially, my content that I did, it was for myself. I wanted to understand more about my own country. I wanted to understand what it meant to, be Bhutanese. What is our culture? What is our identity? But the more I started venturing into rural parts of the country, I realized we're so much more nuanced. We talk about the Himalayan kingdom, we see mountains, but we're not just mountains. We are tropical forests, we are elephants, we are tribal communities, we are tribal people as well. So being able to experience that nuance, I wanted to be able to tell those stories through my content as well. So going back to how I wanted to relate that to the mindful session, Manoj sir, where are you? I don't know whether he's still here, but the part where he said that there's a certain alignment that you reach when you open yourself up to ideas, right? I was very skeptical. I was a very narrow-minded introvert growing up. So the more I started traveling, of course, I didn't really venture directly into meditation, but the more I started traveling, I felt I was opening up to a lot more ideas. I was opening up to stories. I began to say yes to a lot of things. So the kind of stories and content that I do, I think people who are experiencing that, I think people who want to understand nuanced storytelling and travel about Bhutan, I think they're able to connect with it. I can't do viral shorts. In fact, I have had a lot of people say that my videos are a little boring because I don't do that hook and I'm not really, hello, kusasangpala. I'm not really that type. But I've been able to really understand what nuanced storytelling is for myself, and being able to connect with people who understand that has been quite joyful, and that's how I use my social media platform for like that. And
Thank you.
lastly, last one more point. I think one of the best things about travel is you learn to say yes to everything, and that's the best thing that comes out of it. So the next time you have a village head telling you to eat feather roasted chicken dish, you say yes to that. The next time a shaman tells you to eat yak's tongue, you say yes to that. Apologies to the lamas on the floor. I'm sorry, but I've eaten a lot of strange things.
I think that's okay. That's part of Bhutanese cuisine. So I think it's not just mindful creation of media content, but also mindful consumption that you create, right? Shall we now invite Director Sir to share your experience?
Good evening. Personally, I'm somebody who believes in freedom. I wanted to name my younger son Freedom, but I couldn't find a good word in Dzongkha to name him Freedom. I really believe that when you leave something free, it can find ways and means out of anything. So therefore, bringing out creativity in oneself. And when I was actually talking to some psychologist friends and friends who've studied psychology about this, well, basically I was trying to understand. Science is not my forte, and I actually do not know how my brain is formed also. But when I was trying to understand about that, I realized that I was actually conducting a social experiment with my two sons. One son, 16 years old, we've always tried to inculcate discipline, this, that into him, so much so that I have realized that he's going further away from me. And then my younger son, who is 11 years old, since the time he was 6, I've told my wife, we've agreed that we are not going to tell him not to do anything. Whatever he wants to do, we'll let him do. So today, he has become our family's teacher. He's now 11 years old. He teaches us, he introduces us to a lot of new things, a lot of new aspects, because we leave him free.
Does that include TikTok?
Luckily for me, or unfortunately for me, he's not very much interested in TikTok. Perhaps I listen to a lot of music. If you come to my house, you will find a sound box in my bedroom, a sound box in my kitchen, a sound box in my backyard, a sound box even in my altar. I love to listen to music. My life is determined by music. If you check my bag just now, you'll find 3 headphones, one for my car, one for my laptop, and one for my phone. I believe that, now let me tell something about what you actually asked. Music, how it makes you mindful. I'm not, like I said earlier, science is not my forte, so I've never tried to consciously learn mindfulness, but music has always made me mindful. Early in the morning, as I cannot get out of the bed, or if I do not want to come out of the bed, I know what music to play. I know what will give me that dopamine secretion or serotonin secretion.
For our information, what kinds of music?
I listen to a lot of hard rock, by the way.
Hard rock?
A lot of hard rock. So early morning, I start with some melodious hard rock. Yes, because it gives me some positive feeling. Even when I want to sit with my wife over a cup of tea or a coffee in the evening, for a change, I like to put on some Bob Dylan music because, the lyrics teach you a lot of things. So I consciously consume music. I try to understand the lyrics. I try to go beyond the song to understand why the composer actually wrote the song, so that I can relate to it. And that way, somewhere, somehow, I believe that it brings some kind of mindfulness in me.
Oh, I didn't know about it. We'll go to Namgazam and ask her. She's a very big social media influencer and with a huge following. So I just want to ask her how she, in her everyday life, reconciles the chaotic social media scene with the need for mental peace.
I think because I've been asked to be on this panel, I had to give what's behind me some thought. And I was thinking, how does this really apply? And I've had to do a lot of retrospective thinking. And I've realized that I've always been very intentional in my use of social media. I've always been led in that manner. And we are the first movers on social media in Bhutan. So Pemsi mentioned our common friend, Bhutan Street Fashion. And we also come from the group that doesn't care about virality. So if somebody feels your content resonates with them, they will find you. We're not going to come and actively look for you on the web. That's not our job. But I think we can also say this from a privileged position because we have established following. How do I avoid the chaos that is social media? I am a producer of content. I rarely ever consume content online. So I will be going to my books. I will consciously seek out things that I want to find online. And I think in that way, I'm able to protect my mental peace by also consciously putting out things online. You find like-minded people. So you're able to connect with people who have the same values as you. For instance, I'll just give you an example. I feel very passionately about mental health. And now, because I'm a mom, I talk a lot about postpartum mental health for women. And I've started a page because a lot of the content that you find online is very Western, very non-Bhutanese. I mean, there's this whole thing about returning to your indigenous roots. What is your style of, what is your idea of family? How do you make your kids grow up in a way that is the most healthy, most wonderful for them? You look at content online and it's like asking you to feed your toddlers food that is not even available in Bhutan. And I know that almost all of us, we have really good smartphone use inside Bhutan. It doesn't matter what your literacy levels are. Internet penetration is more than 90% in the country as well. So everybody is consuming some form of content. But what kind of content are you consuming? So then in order to put out something that is more Bhutanese, more related to what it is like to be a parent, I created an Instagram account called A Bhutanese Mama. I realized that not everybody has the skill to find the resources that are available online or around you, and people like me with some journalism background can help other Bhutanese parents find these kind of resources. And also making the online space a safe queer space for all of my queer friends to be able to talk about their struggles, to talk about things that inspire them and that could inspire other people. So it's really, I think, putting content out there intentionally, also not caring about getting the numbers, the algorithm so much. And then you find these people also find you. And then you're able to create that safe space, that community. We've had this conversation in community throughout the day. And it isn't just in this space where you're like, oh yeah, we all love gross national happiness, so we're going to be here. We all like-minded people. We all support the same thing. Even if you're like left-minded, left-brained, or like right-brained, we're all here. And I think this is one of the best things. We may have shared values, but and some of the values may be divergent. But then there are spaces like this where two different things can come together to find something in common. And I think it's the same thing for social media. We don't always have to be so partisan.
Okay, you say you don't consume content created by others much, but you engage with the consumers of content, right? Mm-hmm. Not all your consumers are good people. Some of them very nasty. You're not an unperturbed Buddha, therefore, how do you put up with them?
So over the last 10 years, I've done a lot of work, inner work. Manoj, Divyanshi were sharing about this earlier today. I've looked to a lot of schools of thought. I mean, of course, Buddhism really resonates with me, but there's a book called Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. How many of you have read this book? Okay. I think all of us have like different takeaways from the book, but for me, it's to find the peace in the chaos, to go back, to be peaceful wherever you are. And I think that book was life-changing for me. And not only that, but also subscribe to the school philosophy of Stoicism, where you allow power, you allow aggression to have power over you only if you give it power. So you have a lot of power in yourself. So I think for myself, it comes with realization. Like, I'm not going to go on TikTok and then tell all young Bhutanese, this is what you have to do. You just say the word meditate and people are going to switch you off, because that's not what they want, right? They want you to be dancing to like the latest hit or something, or wearing some really provocative clothing, or being really controversial. But it requires a lot of work. And I would also, I mean, it doesn't matter how young you are, you can start. There are a lot of very precocious young people, and I think there are people, I mean, it's like, now I'm reminded of Newton's third law of motion. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, because there are sometimes when you look at content on you and go, oh my God, this is the world I'm living in. You're just filled with despair. And then you see some of these Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, and they're taking up environmental causes. They're very passionate about social justice and human rights, and you think, wow, yeah, Newton was right about some things, and then you find hope in that. I find hope in that.
Okay, thank you. Nimazam, you are a CEO, very busy woman. Your job requires you to consume a lot of media content. How do you navigate often chaotic and often disorganized media landscape? Social media or traditional media?
For me, I think I actually use a lot of Namge's approach when it comes to consumption. I don't really, I only follow pages that is good for my mental health and avoid things that, for example, I keep removing stuff from my news feeds that affects me. And I like to start my day with, especially because I'm an entrepreneur and a founder and of a startup in Bhutan, which already presents a lot of challenges. So I like to start my day with pretty much a lot of motivational stuffs, and music is definitely one of that, but also reading. And so I follow pages where, I get to start my day on a good note, learn about new things, and get really ready for my day. But when it comes to at work, I can't avoid watching content. And I also can't avoid watching content from around the world just to keep up with the trend and just to also understand what kind of audiences are looking at what kind of content, because that's the business that we are in. And also studying the music trends and also sharing that with our team. And but what I feel what we've been able to do, especially at our workplace, is that when we started Samu, we looked at the kind of films that were already available in Bhutan, the kind of content that was available in Bhutan, and how could we bring something different. And in that sense, what we worked on was a content strategy. And while drafting the content strategy, I think they were very things that we were very mindful of. Like for example, what we realized is that a lot of children in Bhutan, especially in the urban areas, they were growing up learning English. They were forgetting their own mother tongue. That's because many of them were being exposed to YouTube as early as barely when they're 1 month old or 2 months old or 3 months old. So by the time they're year 1, they are able to understand English, speak a little bit of English, but they don't really know how to speak Dzongkha. And that was really becoming a concerning situation. So what we did subconsciously was that we decided, and we put it in a content strategy, that any content that we create for preschool children, it has to be in the national language, Dzongkha. So, that's some things that we did. And also, like in our content strategy, we looked at making sure that as long as we can avoid it, we will avoid stereotyping in our films, whether it is men or whether it is women. And so small little things that we did in our content strategy, I think it was able to bring conscious change in the way we made content and the way we made films and drama series at Samo.
Thank you. We all agree that the media, music, storytelling have a lot of influence, impact on us, particularly children and youth, right? So how do we turn around the popular media narrative, which is more consumerist, often very reductionist, and move towards more mindful media creation, media consumption? Namge, can you start? This is moving away from the popular narrative. How do we do that? In the age of social media, in the age of TikTok, when our attention span is very, very short, and often the content is not really consumable.
I think I would like to submit this as, this is an ongoing situation for us, but also to submit as a suggestion to the ones who fund creation, Ozam and Sasonam. I think we need to define what this content would be now, because any person with a social media account posting something is a content creator now, right? Do we want to now standardize the definition of who a creator is, right? Who do we give mileage to? Because I know Domsip is doing fantastic work. So we've had this real growth in the creative industry, especially in terms of...
You raised a very interesting question here. Who a creator is. Who is a creator, do you think?
That is a good question. I ask myself every day, every time I happen to open this TikTok account, I work for Mountain Hazelnuts right now. I do their communications. So I see a lot of interesting stuff that would never show up on my feed because I look at very different things. And I'm thinking, gosh, and then I look at the number of followers. I think right now what's happened is we look at people with a massive following and then call them creators. They can be copying stuff from somebody else's TikTok account. This is blatant plagiarism. But because it's been so viral, you qualify as a creator, right? And I want Domsip Sasonam to come in and tell me, how do you decide who is a creator and who you want to give money to? I think I'm a little conservative when it comes to creation. I think it has to have quality. A lot of people will think I'm so privileged when I say this, but I really think you require some experience, some professionalism, and also, what is your intent when you create? Is it just followers that you want? And then I really despise, I don't want to say the word hate because I'm incapable of feeling hate, I realize now, after I'm 40 now. But I don't think of myself as an influencer. I really want to dissociate myself from that tag. When I get an invitation and they say, because I'm so used to being called a journalist, and now they invite me and they say, oh, Namgis, I'm social media influencer, and I'm like, I'm busy, I can't come to this event, Because I think of myself as being as consciously creating, and I think of myself as a storyteller, not so much as a creator.
Okay, it'll be interesting to hear from director of media department, First, the same question I asked Namgezam, who a creator is in this age. And second, what kinds of content should the creators create for mental well-being?
Okay.
Probably policy perspective and personal perspective.
Okay.
Well.
Creator or digital content creator? If it is a creator, then we will have to go a little broader. Since we do not have much time, I'll focus on digital content creator for the discussions here. Okay. I am actually quite lucky because while Nidup calls me the director for media, Namgye was talking about my creative industry mandate. And I also have a very important mandate with me, which often is underrated, which is the intellectual property. So that mandate gives me the responsibility of mindful creation. So the first time I started working with musicians, I said, "Are you a musician?" They said, "Yes." "So what original songs do you have?" So they didn't have. So if you do not have original composition, then you are not a singer, you are a cover artist. So tell me what original song do you have, Nidup? Then he said, "I sang for some movies." "Oh, that means you are a playback singer." So for you to qualify as a creator of music, you should have something that will be associated to your identity and you have copyright over it. So now when I said I have the intellectual property arm mandate with me, that makes me a little, there's an opportunity for me to tell people that whatever you create should be original, should result in creating an identity for yourself. It's not about what you create, but vice versa, the creating an identity for you. So that way, it actually, the various mandates makes things easier for me to segregate creation.
Fair enough, but again, we can't separate creators and non-creators legally, every day. That's,
no.
That'll be next to impossible. We'll go to Pema. I'll come back to you. Sorry.
I have a different perspective on this. I think when we talk about qualifying somebody as a creator, in terms of looking at, we don't really have licensing when we talk about content creation, right? But if we're looking at identifying content creators who will be liable, who would qualify for funding or opportunities and things like that, maybe we might be looking at it differently. But I feel everybody's a content creator. I think everybody has the potential to tell stories online. I know there are TikTokers whose entire content is just saying good morning, and they have millions of followers. It's good morning and having tea together with the world. So that also qualifies as a content creator. But if you're looking at it from maybe funding or licensing in the long run for certain intellectual property, things like that, maybe there might need to be some sort of standardization. But I think everybody has the potential to, I mean, not just potential, but everybody who's putting out content online is a content creator.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, that today everybody seems to be creators. But Nimazam, how do we go beyond content such as good morning and having tea with the world?
It's really tough now because we have so much competition from social media. So to really create space for meaningful content is even more challenging now. Especially if you look at Bhutan, we've had no social media, no media, to having everything all at once. So I think, and the literacy also, in terms of the literacy levels also, we had to consume everything all at once. So not many of us know how to differentiate between the right mindful content, how to consume content correctly, or also in terms of what kind of content we should watch or what kind of content we should produce. So we, as a platform, like as Samu, where we are constantly creating content, and who do we create this content for? At the end of the day, we create the content for our audience. And if the audience do not subscribe to our content, we do not have the business to sustain the operations at all. So we are constantly, we are really trying to figure out the next big content that we need to create that will become viral, But at the same time, because we are a very conscious content creator, we can't do what everybody else is doing on TikTok. We do need to be mindful about the kind of content we create because of the kind of impact it could have, not just on audiences, but also on people that we're working with. So it's a constant battle, and I think we have kind of chosen like a middle path at where we work. So there are some content that we create purely for the purpose of advancing our business. So in that ways, it could be full-on entertainment, It may be cringe-worthy romance drama series that maybe some of you may not even watch, but then it will appeal to young audiences who relate to that kind of content. But at the same side, what we also try to do is balance it out with, again, creating content that are conscious, that are more mindful, and to a point that, we in the first 2 years, we even try to do spiritual content as well. But we quickly discovered, that to be honest, nobody on our platform wanted to watch spiritual content. So we just did 1 season of it, and we could not renew the season. So so this is a constant challenge for platforms. How do we draw that balance between creating mindful content and content that actually will sell and make money for us?
Okay, one quick follow-up question for you. You raised a very important question in media studies, which is, do we give what people consume the most, or do we give what they need the most?
That's the thing. That's it's a very tricky question.
Someone tends to be giving what people need the most, what consume the most, right?
No, I feel that as a platform, because you have to sustain your operations, you need to understand your audience's needs. Because without addressing those needs, they're not going to subscribe to your platform. But at the same time, sometimes you also pilot content. Like, for example, we did not really think there was a need for satire in Bhutan, or whether there was a space for satire in Bhutan, or whether there was acceptance for satire in Bhutan. A lot of people told us there was none. That satire would not work in Bhutan. There is very low level of acceptance, and we might get in trouble. So what we did is, in a pilot phase, we started a show called Gedrobe, which became very, very popular. And we made fun of a lot of things, including the bureaucracy, and no complaints happened, and people loved that content. So while we are chasing entertainment and audiences, we also try and experiment with new form of content to test our waters and see what will work, and maybe even create new audiences for new kinds of content in Bhutan.
Okay, we'll have to move on, and this will be my last question for all of you. All of you have stories worth listening to, worth telling here. So let's start with Pema.
Oh, sorry, can I answer your earlier question?
Yes, very quickly,
I think we need to deliver what the audience needs the most, packaged in a way that they consume it the most.
Okay, very good,
yeah.
Very good. So
if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. My next question, the last question is, how does your content spread joy, mindfulness, and mental well-being? You have created a lot of content. Very briefly, each one of you.
I think the audience would be better at answering that, not us. I don't think I made anybody feel
No? Then let's go to Namge. Is it only hard journalistic truth telling, or there's no soft peaceful storytelling in your content?
I think my most recent award was very soft storytelling with journalistic skills.
Right?
The Pema Gatsal documentary, Pema Gatsal Like Never Seen Before. This is one of the least explored dzongkhags in Bhutan. And like Pemsi said, I think there's something you would see when you follow her content, my content, Harry's Bhutan Street Fashion's content is there's a certain level of authenticity, as in the fact that we stay true to who we think we are. Even AI identifies my tone. I'm like, create this in Namgizam's tone and it gives me a version of myself. Oh, how interesting. So this is how I looked at the web. And I think just having that authenticity, being very, not just us, I also want to name some other new creators like Bhutanese Dreamer and Finso. They have this very very holistic content, I would say, where they look at things with eyes of wonder, you know? They're having their first 5-star hotel experience thanks to Domsip, and it's documented and shared. And it comes from a place of wonder and curiosity and gratitude. And then it resonates with people because these emotions are unfiltered and authentic. So I feel like this authenticity will really keep you in the game for a very, very long time.
Question, very, very quick one. Is it, as a journalist, is it more worthwhile to tell Pemagasal kind of warm, heartfelt story, or hard-hitting journalistic truth-telling story? Which do you find more worthwhile as a person?
I've done both, and I think both are worthwhile. I wouldn't say that you do this in silos. Exactly like how we're talking about, we had the social security conversation earlier, exchange conversation. So it's a coming together. How do you find compassion in capitalism, right? In one of the earlier conversations. It's the same in this. Why do you do hard journalism? Because you're hoping that you find some compassion in there to be able to move things, that somebody compassionate enough is going to be moved by the hard facts of your story to be able to take action. When you oppose this to the soft, you know, not very hard journalism, but more the kind of storytelling that embraces you into the folds of warmth and celebration of culture and tradition, it sort of ignites a different kind of feeling. I want to refer back to the images shared by Manoj and Divyanshi earlier. And it's so funny because we had like left-brain people presenting today and right-brain people presenting today. You could clearly see who the right-brained ones and who the left-brain ones. And then both of you used this image of this person, and then there was this glow in the center of your chest. And then it evokes a certain kind of response in you. And I would say that these two styles of storytelling evoke very different reactions in you, but if it's a means to an end that is desirable, please employ both.
Okay, Nimazam, how do you balance that? Hard truth, soft storytelling, heartwarming?
You know, actually, in our platform, like, you know, we have all kinds of stories. So that probably, like, for us is not really a big challenge because we can choose to tell stories differently in different types of formats. But what I wanted to share here is that, especially in the context of Bhutan, when so many people are using social media, especially TikTok, as a means of monetization. So, you know, you have people literally like making a fool of themselves just because they want to go viral and they want to gather more followers and more views. But at the same time, I'm really proud to share one of our team members, that's Samu, who is here with us, Lebe Tandi. He has a TikTok page called Tandil Neslkang, which is very popular. And what he's been doing on that particular page is actually create awareness about certain issues, but in a very funny, way, in a very funny way, which has got a lot of attention, and it's also got impact. So I do feel that it is possible to use social media effectively, but it's all about the person behind the content creator who actually makes a decision about how do they use their content to create impact or to create or to inspire people.
Thank you. We will end with DOMSIP Director. How do you make sure, you give a lot of support. This year, you supported a lot of content creators. How do you make sure that our content creators blend international trends with local wisdom?
There's a lot of scope for the creative industry in becoming an integral part of our country. And digital content is something that doesn't require visas or physical travel. It can be transacted online. So therefore, there's a lot of potential. So from that perspective, it gives us the confidence that it can make both the economy resilient and culture vibrant. So these are two things to make it short. Now, since this is the end, I think since it's a operationalizing GNH concept, I've tried to reflect on how my own shaping, like Sharab was mentioning earlier, I said I believe in freedom, and when I say freedom, I do not mean freedom in the, sense. No. When I say freedom, I mean freedom where my mind can work best. So that can best be attained in an environment which is balanced. And GNH is a philosophy that teaches us the whole approach to be balanced. Environment, culture, economy, traditions, so on and so forth. And also, yesterday, like I said earlier, when I was discussing with some friends, he introduced me to some theory called Gardner's theory of intellect and characters or something like that. It's a hexagonic model. And then, it basically took me back to Parchindu. It took me back to Parchindu. And then I thought, wow, I'm not on the wrong path, because every morning when I pray, I say, Om, let my focus be stronger today. I say, Ma, let my concentration be even more powerful today. Ni, may I be a little tolerant today. Om Mani Pe, so on and so forth. So 6 words, 6 things. So I absolutely believe that our Buddhism, Buddha Dharma, it is the whole root of mental peace for me, at least personally.
Note on mindful meditation. We will end our discussion here. It's a broad topic, and our panelists have a lot to say. I wish we had more time, but we will look forward to another such session in the future. Until then, thank you, all our panelists, for sharing your insight, wisdom, experience, and thank you also to all the members of the audience for lending us a very patient ear. Thank you.
Round of applause again to Onyerup Zangpo for keeping the session right on time. So, Onyerup, you are in the running for the Best Moderator Award for the session. You're in the front, you're the front runner. All right, so that's the end. We will conclude, but before that, I'll invite Andrew Shank to sum up what we have had today. A lot of things to digest. I'll only give you 2 minutes left.
This morning, I started, as you know, with an apology. And I think the fact that you survived the whole day, I need to apologize to you. There's been so much information given that you must feel this is overload. It's not just overload for the young, it's the overload for the old. And what I would try to summarize in 2 minutes of today is that we are on a journey that always have a fundamental tension. It is a tension between happiness and the need to work hard to make money so that you can be happy. Okay? So if you are a young one, of course you can be happily listening to all the social influencer, the TikTok. It's very nice. But at the same time, somebody has to bring back the bread. And so life has this inherent contradiction. So I apologize because there are some of the oldie fuddy-duddies like myself talking about big concepts of one earth balance sheet. You know how I got into the subject? When the 2008 crisis happened, a very witty central banker said, in this balance sheet of the global financial system, on the left, nothing is left. On the right, nothing is right. Okay, that's a joke, but it's true. Right? The world is not right. We all know that. So that if I'm a young one, I want to rebel. But if I'm old one, how do I hold the balance together? And ultimately, it's a matter of energy. Because energy, power, water, food, thought, happiness are all one. And how do we now break this down? Tomorrow, we'll try and tone it down slightly so that you have a little bit more time to digest all this. So on that note, I apologize, but now we should all relax a little while and go for dinner. Thank you very much for the whole day. Thank you.
Yes, on that note, tomorrow we start at 8:50 a.m. So by 8:45, I want you all to be seated. At 8:46, I will stand at the entrance and start collecting late fees. I won't give it to Tara and I'll keep it for myself. So 8:45, please be seated. At 8:50 a.m. tomorrow morning, we will start tomorrow's session. Long day ahead, but I know it should be a fun one. All right, dinner will start at 6:30. Dinner has been set up in that room. If that room gets filled up, then you all can serve and then come to this room and have dinner. We have 25 minutes, so it's a big fortress. Take the time, relax for the next 25 minutes, go take pictures, selfies. But don't take pictures of the students, they might be here, so be mindful of the pictures you take. And it's a big fortress again, so don't get lost. It might be difficult to come find you in the Zong. 6:30, the dinner will start, so yes, see you at dinner, and thank you all for staying throughout the day. See you all later.